5 minutes. Dag Olav Høgvold, Directorate. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Acting in my capacity as one of the chairmen, I would like to encourage all stationary participants to sit down in our beautiful session room. And I ask all online participants to take coffee and sit in front of the computers as we are going to start the conference. My name is Beata Janowczyk. I work in the Government Center for Security, and I act as a national Sendai focal point of Poland for Sendai framework. And I have a great honor to chair Innovation in Disasters Reduction Conference, commonly with my colleagues and co-moderators, with Mr. Dag Olav Høgvold from the Norwegian Director for Civil Protection, and Mr. Jakub Ryzenko from Crisis Information Center in Space Research Center of Polish Academy of Science. So, do I have to add something? Okay.
Thank you.
I would like also to highlight that the conference is held under the honorary patronage of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland. At the beginning, I would like to invite Mr. Konrad Korpowski, the Director of the Government Center for Security, as our first speaker to formally open the conference. Director, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, the guests, my friends and colleagues. On this day, 73 years ago, French Foreign Minister Robert Schuman presented the Schuman Declaration, a historic speech that led to the creation of the European Coal and Steel Community, ACSC. He said, Europe will be built through concrete achievements which first create a de facto solidarity. His words became reality as ACSC was growing, and it was subsequently integrated into the first pillar of the newly formed European Union in 1993. This beautifully proves how important is cooperation and integration on international, national, and regional level. All of those are as fundamentally important for solidarity and economic exchange as they could be to strengthening resilience and mitigation. In this mix of tasks and competitions regarding disaster prevention, there is room for everyone: government, science, administration, and society. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, we are meeting today to discuss how to build resilience. In this sense, it is important to implement by countries' international obligations. In case of Sendai framework, we must intensify efforts towards linking in which with European policy. As a country, so far, we have implemented risk analysis process. We are preparing for various crises that may take place. But still, we have to remember that the most important and necessary is the solidarity when one or more countries' security is at stake. The topic of the strengthening resilience is essentially linked to the activities of the Government Center for Security. The Center is in accordance with the Crisis Management Act, dealing with issues such as supporting the protection of critical infrastructure, including your opinion, risk assessment, or striving to intensify civil-military cooperation, contributes to strengthening resilience. RCB is an institution with a unique legal and structural authority thanks to its direct subordination to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland. These factors predetermine RCB to coordinate the issue of resilience in Poland and represent the country in international contacts. It is also worth to mention that the Government Center for Security in Poland, together with the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, created the GIS, National Security System, to build situational awareness through, among others, monitoring and analysis of the selected threats relevant to national security, including those related to war in Ukraine, as well as collecting data as disaster, both natural and caused by human activity. According to all forecasts, threats will accompany us taking on new forms. Hence, the continuous strengthening of the immunity becomes an inseparable imperative of state action and society. Current events prove this all too clearly. I wish you a successful conference, and I look forward to the future cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's begin. Thank you.
Thank you for opening of the conference. But now, let me invite representative of Norway, Mr. Marian Mikołajski, the Honorary Consul of Norway in Krakow. Please share your thoughts with the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Mr. Ambassador, with pleasure, I welcome all of you to this important conference on innovation and disaster prevention. As it has been mentioned, I am Norwegian Honorary Consul in Krakow. Since the consulate has been established here in 2001. In reference to today's conference, I think it's right to mention that consulates are a significant element of bilateral cooperation. I'm sure that we improve the security of Norwegian citizens in Poland, especially those who are lost, are in trouble, or in danger situation. This conference is organized thanks to the EEA Norway grants. These grants are Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway's contribution to reducing economic and social disparities in Europe and to strengthening bilateral relations within 14 beneficial countries in European Union. Among them, Poland is the largest beneficiary. EEA Norwegian grants are acknowledged in Poland as an important and effective source of financing for many projects and cooperation programs. Poland and Norway have a long, positive history of cooperation. In the last years, there was done a lot of tasks in coordination and standardization on many fields. The EEA Norway grant makes it possible to elaborate how the two countries can join forces for disaster prevention and readiness to combat possible consequences of those disasters. Although Norway and Poland are among the most developed countries in the world, there are still areas of vulnerability when it comes to disaster prevention. The wide-ranging consequences of the pandemic and the consequences of climate change are good examples to illustrate the needs for systematic and cross-sector cooperation on prevention. The nowadays Russian war in Ukraine also underline the importance of improving disaster resilience. And for sure, that are the tasks that we should undertake not alone, but together. The overall objective for this conference is improved disaster resilience. This is an important goal not only for our countries, but all over the world. During these 3 days in Krakow, you are invited to be active and explore how you can benefit from the EEA Norway grants, especially within the program Area Disaster Prevention and Preparedness. I hope you will take this special opportunity to build network between our nations and find partners for future professional cooperation. So I wish all of you a fruitful conference and of course a pleasant stay in Krakow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for opening words. And now I would like to invite Dag Olav Høgvold to share with us and with you the ideas behind this conference and to give some information why the theme of innovation in disaster risk reduction was chosen. Dag Olav, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And finally, we are here after years of preparations. It takes some time to organize a conference and find out, what should the concept of this conference be. But we have for a long time agreed that it should be on innovation, because there are so many conferences on disaster prevention, on disaster risk reduction, on disaster preparedness, and so on, but so few that actually dig into technologies and methodologies, and it gives the opportunity to actually share experiences between countries on how we work to address these issues with the best available technology and knowledge. So innovation was a key concept that we decided to work on. And I would also like to say a very warm welcome on behalf of the Norwegian Directorate for Civil Protection. Now, the term innovation indicates that we will look at something new, but the concept of disaster prevention is not new at all. In many ways, you can say that disaster prevention is the essence of society. It's the reason why we organize society in towns and villages with laws and regulations and unwritten and written rules. And if we look historically, you can find signs of disaster prevention a long, long time ago. If we go back to the historic country of Babylonia, there was a king called Hammurabi. He ruled in the years 1792 to 1750 before Christ. And he's famous for having the oldest written law text in the world, that has been discovered. And it says that if a man builds a house for another man, and the house collapses and kills the owner, then the man who built the house should be executed. And if it kills the son of the man who built the house should be executed. So you can say it's the world's first technical regulation for buildings. And I'm sorry, ladies, it doesn't say anything about what should happen if the wife died or the daughter died, but let's assume that it would be sorted out somewhat differently. And no, I mean somewhat similar. More than 3,000 years later, the city of Lisbon was hit by an earthquake which killed thousands in the year 1755. And this event triggered an interesting discussion between philosophy and theology. Voltaire claimed that this was an act of God. And in response to that, Rousseau wrote in a letter that you have to admit that it wasn't God who placed all those buildings there. This was a zone known to have earthquakes, and it was mankind who built the city there. And this discussion and this event led to the birth of modern seismology and earthquake engineering. And it demonstrated the importance of preventive urban planning and land use planning, and for preventive construction of buildings. We still have a way to go, and we got a terrible reminder of that earlier this year when we saw the devastating earthquake in Turkey and Syria. So we must make the use of the best available knowledge, the best tools and methodology for risk mapping, assessments, planning, and development. And we were also seen in Norway a couple of years ago that a quick clay landslide killed 10 people in a very newly developed area. 10 brand new houses were taken by that landslide. So we need to continue our efforts to strengthen disaster prevention in all countries. So we have to address natural hazards such as floods, landslides, forest fires, earthquake, technological hazards, including NATEC incidents. We must develop and make use of innovative technological solutions in order to prevent disasters. And then we cannot prevent everything. we also need to have preparedness for the things that might happen. And in fact, there is not necessarily a clear distinction between prevention and preparedness. Just think about COVID-19. All the efforts that were done then, was that prevention or was it preparedness and response? These two topics are interconnected, and we need to bridge them. Now, the Consul presented this conference as funded through the EEA and Norway grants scheme. And under this scheme is a program area called Disaster Prevention and Preparedness. And what we seek to do in this program is to supplement work that is carried out by the European Union, especially the UCPM, so that we don't duplicate the work done by them. And it builds on the principles of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, and also contributes to the implementation of the European roadmap for disaster risk reduction, which was adopted in Portugal in 2021. So in this conference, we seek to address challenges, solutions, and opportunities. We invite you to learn more about the Sendai framework and the EU Civil Protection Mechanism. We invite you to see what's new in the field of geospatial data management and other innovations in disaster risk reduction. And we invite you to share your experiences and discuss local challenges and opportunities for building resilient societies. We are pleased to welcome experts in this field and participants from a broad spectrum of stakeholders and participants around the world who follow us online. Participants present here are country representatives, international organizations, local authorities, private sector, academia, and so on. And especially a warm welcome to the beneficiary countries of the EEA Norway grants. We hope this conference will trigger some interesting discussion and cooperation with you in the future. So we encourage you to take an active role in discussions, and that you make the opportunity to explore how you can benefit from the EEA Norway grants in the field of disaster prevention and preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dag Olav. Distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this first session. It's opening remarks panel, and I would like to extend a special welcome to our esteemed speakers who have come from across the Europe to share their experience and insight on the global and regional dimensions of disaster risk reduction. This includes recognizing the unique challenges and opportunities that different regions face and the need for tailored approach to address them. The panel will discuss also recommendations on risk governance, and we will also explore synergies between the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction and the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. Disasters, both natural and man-made, continue to pose a significant threat to communities and societies. I think that all around the world, as we gather there today, we are reminded of the urgent need to address the challenges caused by disasters and to strengthen our resilience to their impact. The regional dimensions, as they often require coordinated and collective action by neighboring countries and regional organizations. That is why it's so important that we have representatives from the UNDRR, DG ECHO, DG Network of European Centers of Crisis Management, CBSS and OECD. This session will be begun with presentation, followed by a discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me announce our first estimate panelist from the European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operators. Please join me in welcoming Artur Malantowicz. Before you begin your presentation, please share a few words about yourself. So, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll put the microphone a bit up so that you can hear me. Dzień dobry. Let me first thank the organizers, both Poland and Norway, for inviting us to be here today. And it is a special day for us at the European Union. As we heard already, it's Schumann's Declaration anniversary. 73 years ago, the entire adventure started. And I was actually supposed to quote exactly the same phrase from Schumann's Declaration that was referring to concrete steps, very actionable results that bring about solidarity. And let me just say, I won't be repeating the general aspects, but let me just thank here today both Poland and Norway for the most recent contributions to the Union Civil Protection Mechanism by responding to the request from Ukraine to provide search and rescue and energy equipment that we were channeling through the mechanism to address the very urgent needs that they face today. So we can jump to the next slide, because I wanted to, do I have a clicker or? Oh, sorry, thank you. Voila. Fantastic. Because I wanted to take a step back before talking about the mechanism to reflect, why does it actually matter that we speak about disaster prevention? And by doing so, I want to quote, unfortunately not so fun, facts and figures from the most recent European State of the Climate 2022 report. Europe has been warming faster than any continent, twice the global average rate. For a large part of Europe, 2022 was the warmest year on record. For many countries, the summer temperature was the highest on record. 2/3 of the EU territory has suffered a significant drought last year. All of that combined has resulted in the second worst fire season on the record. The glaciers in the Alpine region have recorded the most drastic change as well. On the top of that, we're still facing difficulties related to COVID-19 pandemics, and of course the ongoing Russian war of aggression against Ukraine that triggers many cascading effects to many of us, but in particular to the neighboring countries. So with all of that in mind, I think it's extremely important to reflect on the need to prevent disasters, but also to manage the impact of those, compounding and cascading effects of what's happening on our doorstep. Because I think the days when there's only one risk that we have to face at the same time are long gone. And this is even more important that we do it together. And with that in mind, I just wanted to give a number. Last year, UCPM was activated 106 times, almost 5 times the number that it was before COVID, of which 1/3 of the number actually came from the UCPM member and participating states. A number that keeps growing. And I think we're all very happy to welcome Ukraine among the newest addition to the family in the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. If someone hasn't heard, it's a decision that was taken, I think, roughly 2.5 weeks ago, when the Ukraine has signed the accession to the mechanism. But just to give you a little bit of background, in case someone is not fully familiar with the mechanism, it was established back in 2001 as a supplementing tool at the EU level to support member states in case of their resources being overstretched and not sufficient to deal with the outcome of the disasters of crises that are happening in the territory of their countries. And importantly, the support offered by the Union Civil Protection Mechanism is available not only to the member and participating states, but also any country in the world. Any country, any international organization can trigger the mechanism, and in this case, the EU steps in to coordinate the support offered by the member and participating states. So once again, I would like to thank to all of you who have been contributing to the mechanism over time. And as you perhaps have followed the history of the development of the mechanism, its change in time was very much response-driven. Whenever we faced that we don't have sufficient capacity to actually address all the needs at the EU level, we always thought, okay, how we can improve it. 2013 revision of the legislation introduced the European Civil Protection Pool. So member states, participating states can predefine what kind of capacities they want to offer so that when the crisis hits, we have them on standby and we can activate them much faster. 2013 is also the moment when we established the Emergency Response Coordination Center. So 10 years anniversary, we actually had a small party last Friday to celebrate and acknowledge the work of colleagues who have been on the duty in the ERCC. 2019 legislation again change in response to a tremendous catastrophe in Portugal in 2017 of massive wildfires. Again, a reflection that we don't have sufficient capacity to actually respond to many crises, especially when they're happening at the same time. And this is why the RescEU independent capacity at the EU level that is fully funded by the EU but hosted by the member states and participating states has been introduced to the legislation. And 2019 is also the moment when the member states reflected that there is a need for better, facilitating the knowledge transfer, also in the area of prevention and preparedness, so that the knowledge is there when it's needed. And this is also when the Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network, where I have the pleasure to work in, was introduced for the first time and then eventually launched in December 2021, with its vision that the Union Civil Protection Mechanism and its community have the knowledge and expertise to effectively do their work, to prevent, to prepare for, and to respond to different crises, disasters, when they happen. And those are three key roles that we see ahead of the knowledge network, and innovation is one of them. It's supporting innovation for efficient and effective civil protection systems, but it's also bringing together different stakeholders that have a role to play in all aspects of the RM cycle, but also making the knowledge that is relevant to do our work available to everyone that is out there. I won't be talking too much about the general aspects of the knowledge network. I will jump into different activities and initiatives that can be of interest to all of you. So, something that is perhaps particularly relevant to the audience and to the discussion that we are having today and across the days during this conference are the Union Disaster Resilience Goals. Recently introduced into the public on the 8th of February, if my memory goes well, in the Commission recommendation that establishes Union Disaster Resilience Goals in the area of civil protection, goals that are non-binding in their nature, but goals that are nevertheless meant to be a push, that are meant to support common reflection about how we address prevention and preparedness aspects, but also some elements of response, and I'll get back to that in a moment. So that also can trigger actions both on the level of the Union, in the European Commission, but also within the member states. And actions that can effectively then contribute to the Sunday framework for DRR. Because you will see once I go around the cycle over there, that there's a clear link between the resilience goals and the Sendai framework. And very briefly, what those goals are. We start on the top of the graph. The first goal is anticipate. And the goal that broadly speaks about improving our capacity to anticipate future crises and risks. And this is a wide array of activities that many of you do as well. It's supporting our risk assessment capacities. It's also supporting our understanding of results of risk assessment and trying to build a common understanding, common picture at the EU level as well. This is part of our effort in DG ECO as well, to try to extract information coming to us from the national levels to support the European risk assessments. There's also a new initiative at the EU level, European Climate Risk Assessment, that will be running for the first time this year, that we're hoping will also support us in addressing this specific goal of anticipating. This is also where we as ECO are trying to develop 10 different scenarios that will try to grasp 16 different hazards that we're facing at the EU level, that will inform our future activities, that will inform our preparedness activities, but also support future response. The second goal, prepare, is all about public awareness and population preparedness to what's to come. Recent studies, the Eurobarometer showed that only 60% of people are aware, on average, the numbers differ between different countries, are aware of the risks they are facing in their home regions. And we would like to increase that number significantly in the future. And this is why we are looking into establishing a new initiative called Prepare EU. That will be effectively a European crisis preparedness and risk awareness initiative that will support the activities that many countries are already implementing on the national level. The next goal is about alert. It's about improving effectiveness and efficiency, but also links between different early warning systems that are in place in different countries. So there's a better coherence. So there is a better targeting to the different audiences so that they are not forgotten, that, for example, the tourists, the non-nationals who are crossing the borders are also being included in the messages that are being sent out by the local governments, for example. So this is part of this initiative of the goal number 3, alert. Goal number 4, respond, which is all about strengthening the UCPM and its response capacity to address all the major risks that we already know we are facing. And I won't be going into the specific details of the numbers, but every single capacity that we have to deal with floods, wildfires, search and rescue, health emergencies, and CBRN incidents have designed targets that we would like to achieve at the EU level, including doubling the wildfire fleet, aerial forest fighting fleet for this year at the EU level. And finally, secure. So ensuring that we have a robust civil protection system, both on our national, regional levels, but also at the EU level. And that's all about business continuity. It's about strengthening our collaboration and coordination, both cross-sectoral and cross-border. And jumping forward, you might ask yourself, how can you actually contribute to the union resilience and how you can be part of implementing union disaster resilience goals? And I'll just refer to 2 different activities that we are organizing for the perspective of the knowledge network that we are funding and that are available to any of you. The first one are the so-called disaster resilience grants, sorry. The first one, unfortunately, for those who have not yet applied, is already closed because we had a deadline last week, the Knowledge for Action in Prevention and Preparedness call that might be somehow familiar to some of you because it's effectively a merger of different call funding opportunities that we had in ECO in the past years. But that's a reoccurring call every year, so don't worry if you miss your opportunity, you will have a chance to do so later on as well. And in CAP, you have 3 main topics of work that you can focus on. First of all, prevention projects, perhaps particularly important to today's topic, that fund activities that bring together at least 3 different actors from 3 different countries to work on improving their risk assessments or risk management planning, improving their early warnings. This year we also had a priority for wildfire prevention. So anything that is related to a broad prevention, but also that transcends your borders, that involves other stakeholders in collaboration. Preparedness projects. Here we're looking specifically at the institutional preparedness. Are you as an organization, as civil protection authority, prepared to work with the others when the crisis hits? So it's all about coordination, information exchange, and so on and so forth. So it's close link with the goal number 5 for secure, robust civil protection system. And finally, full-scale exercises that allow you to check whether your national system is prepared for dealing with a big-scale crisis where you have to activate Union civil protection mechanism. Not looking very far, Norway tomorrow will be facing a very difficult situation because there will be a nuclear naval vessel in the Arctic area of Norway that will report an incident that will trigger international response, massive evacuation of the population at risk of Siberian exposure. So this is the scenario of an exercise, so theoretical, but probabilistic. And this is exactly the funding opportunity that is out there for you to train your people, your staff, your capacities, your teams, and in the process test the system in which you operate and test whether you can coordinate with the incoming UCPM support. And finally, so the CAP call is all for collaboration with different countries, multi-country projects. Technical assistance for disaster risk management. This is specifically addressed at the national civil protection authorities to improve your internal capacity, to improve, to design, to develop new techniques, technologies, methodologies to effectively do your work. And this is an ongoing call. I think the deadline is on the 24th of May, so if someone hasn't yet heard and is interested, there's still a few weeks left. If not, again, this is a call that is coming up every year. And finally, another component, and I will finish here, is the Union Civil Protection Mechanism peer review program. As a national civil protection authority, or as a country being part of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, you can request a group of expert peers to come and support you in your reflection about improvements that you might need to introduce in your national systems of disaster risk management. And this is something that we are also fully funding and supporting you so that you can innovate the way you do disaster prevention, disaster preparedness, and your response as well. And I would like to thank you here, jumping forward, just by giving you an example that how many of you are already involved in the activities that I mentioned under the CAP call. So those are the projects that have been implemented in the last 3 years under the previous calls combined. And as you can see, we have a very good representation of all of you in this room, including Poland and Norway, once again, with some role of coordinating the projects as well. And if you were ever wondering whether you can participate in the project, you can also see that there is a very diverse group of stakeholders participating, whether it's a civil protection authority, a firefighters organization, a research institute, university, and so on and so forth. There's a place for everyone to play a role in disaster risk management. So thank you very much for that. If you would like to learn more about what the Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network does, you can follow the QR code to go to the platform. Thank you very much.
Yes, please. Thank you, Artur, for your insightful presentation. It was truly informative to hear about the key elements of Union Civil Protection Mechanism and also about climate change and activities in this area, because we know that there is a lot of hazards connected with climate change. Thanks for information about how Union Civil Protection Mechanism plays, that this mechanism plays a crucial role in the context of the prevention and preparedness, and also risk assessment and risk management, because this is my favorite task, as all of you, everybody know now. I also appreciate to learn about knowledge network and information that everybody, just everybody, can use this mechanism and be involved. Thank you so much for this very, very interesting presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelist from UNDRR, who is a friend of Government Center for Security and has extensive experience in disaster risk reduction and risk management. Please welcome Mr. Andrew Mackay Bauer. And Andrew, at the beginning, could you take a moment to introduce yourself and share a little bit more about you? So. Here you are.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'll move the microphone back up.
Okay.
No problem. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you today. My name's Andrew Bauer. I'll tell you a little bit more about myself very quickly. I work at the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. I'll tell you more about that agency in a second. I work in Brussels. Our regional office is based there, and I coordinate the work of our country support across the 55 countries of the region we cover from Brussels. But first and foremost, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference, Mr. Director, Mr. Honorary Consul, as well our good friends in the Sendai Focal Point teams at the Government Center for Security at DSB for hosting us here, and of course for the EEA grants for making all this possible. I think this conference comes at a very timely moment for a number of reasons. We've heard quite extensively a few of those already, whether it is in terms of the risk landscape that we know these days. Artur presented that in detail, but also in terms of the context in which we are. As the Honorary Council mentioned, all countries are not spared from disasters, and Norway, Poland, countries present here today involved in the UCPM are also facing some dramatic impacts and increasing impacts of disasters. We are also at a stage where we are seeing increased regional cooperation around disaster risk reduction, around disaster prevention and disaster risk management. I'm extremely happy to be here and present with many partners and friends from the EU, from the OECD, CBSS, and other regional organizations that are really accompanying the national efforts being made across the different respective countries from which you're from. And finally, and this is the global perspective I'll be talking to you a little bit more about, at a UN level, the Sendai framework, which has been mentioned already a couple of times, is the global architecture that is driving this exercise and this agenda in the UN context. And this year, and actually just next week, there's been a high-level meeting taking place in New York, taking stock of the first 7 years of the disaster risk reduction agenda and the Sendai implementation process. And we're delighted that a vast number of countries from Europe and Central Asia will be attending this high-level meeting. Poland, Norway, represented at very high levels. We're very grateful for that. And I believe that will be a perfect moment to take stock and see what type of innovative technologies, but I'd like to challenge Tag a little bit and say that innovation goes beyond technologies, but innovation also involves different approaches, different mindsets, and all that can really be incorporated in the context of this conference. And I think the topic and the title is extremely appropriate for going into this reflection next week at a global level. But before moving in to a little bit more about the UN system so that you have an idea of the global environment, what you'll be discussing over the next 3 days actually really means and refers to. I'm just sharing a couple of visuals that complement what you've heard so far. Looking back at some of the historic figures that we've heard, dating a while back but also very recently, we're still seeing an increasing trend which is not looking particularly positive. If this remains the case, we're going to see a 40% increase of disasters. And I'm not even talking about impacts here, just the number of disasters. So here, going back to the innovative approaches, processes, technologies to prevent those disasters or to reduce the risk of those disasters that cannot be prevented will be critical in making sure that those impacts do not overwhelm our authorities, our societies, our individuals, and hopefully we may see, and that would be a positive dynamic, a reduced number of activations of the UCPM in the future as a reference point to see those disasters reduce. However, the trends are not looking very positive. So we need those discussions, we need conferences such as today, global discussions as we have next week, regional cooperation as we've seen and we'll be hearing more about to really drive this agenda forward. And I think one element which Artur mentioned and has been touched upon is that, and please don't bother about the details, this idea here is to show that the systems that we're involved in are interconnected, no risk is linear, we cannot engage in a siloed approach. At the UN, we advocate for saying that disaster risk reduction is everyone's business, meaning that civil protection authorities have, of course, the ownership and the competence and the responsibility to ensure preparedness, response, prevention in many cases, but many aspects of governance, many sectors of governance are involved in this process. Every aspects of society are involved in this process, and I think that the diversity of the audience today here and online reflects this important aspect. It is not about only government, it is about the private sector, it is about society, it is about academia, it is about all of these different aspects of society. So we need a systemic approach to a systemic context, a systemic risk or landscape of risk that we're now exposed to. So now throwing you back as to where I come from and the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, I see quite a few number of familiar faces here, so you're probably all aware with it already, but also I'll scan through this. The UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction is the custodian agency for the Sendai framework, and we're working on strengthening the capacity globally for reducing risk and preventing disasters. The Sendai framework itself has really set the motion and follows the Hyogo framework that you may be aware of also, and sets a frame for the next 15 years or the next 7 years now until 2030 in terms of the priorities that we should be working around in achieving a certain set of goals, i.e. reducing risk and preventing disasters, but also ultimately as an outcome reducing the impacts on our livelihoods, on our economies, on our society. To do so, countries in 2015 committed to a number of global targets. And again, if I make already the early connections back to the UCPM and the disaster resilience goals, we see some correlations there. It is about reducing certain impacts on human beings, on economies, on society, infrastructure, but it is also about increasing certain capacities. And I think many of you are very aware of this. It is about working more on governance, it is working more on early warning systems, on risk information, and of course preparedness, as not all disasters can of course be prevented. So now going straight back to the global context. And again, I'm looking forward to the next 2 days to go back on this with you offline, bilaterally, even now in the discussions as to what it means and where we would like to go as a global community. But I just wanted to extrapolate here a few findings or a few initial findings we received from some national voluntary reviews received. And again, allow me to pause and thank again Poland, Norway, and a number of other countries who took the time to review their status of Sendai implementation and contribute to this exercise, and contribute to the global reflections as to where we stand and where we should go for the next 7 years. These are not the findings of both those countries. These are just a general set of observations across 3 key pillars. One is on risk knowledge. There's a general acknowledgement that there's increased understanding of risk, increased activities that are contributing to better risk information and risk understanding. I think the cooperation under the Union Civil Protection Mechanism has given a great dynamic in that direction, where countries have to deliver national risk assessments, have to work on capability assessments, have to work on risk management plans. All these elements are contributing to improving an understanding of risk, and countries are delivering extremely well in that context. But there needs to be a better consideration of the systemic nature of risk, and I think this is a challenge for many, and this is where the other communities come in, science, other sectors. How many of you as civil protection authorities communicate on a daily basis with your scientific bodies, your statistical offices, the ministries of environment or climate? I know it sounds difficult and easy to say, theoretically speaking, but unfortunately the challenges are so complex that we need to start establishing new methods of functioning, and we do need those coordination mechanisms at a national level, at a regional level, to increase those conversations. The progresses on governance are clear and seen. We know, and we've joined a few of those conversations led by the Government Center of Security on national platforms being established at government level. We've seen national strategies for disaster risk reduction being developed and implemented. But the question would be, how do we, I go back to that point, tackle that fragmentation? Fragmentation, I mean different sectors focused on their sectoral policies, when actually reducing risk as a systemic activity needs to be cross-cutting, needs to be an approach that needs to involve a number of different sectors around the table. And finally, on risk financing, we see that this is something that is lacking behind. A number of countries are very keen and very invested in understanding risk and disaster risk, that are very invested in setting the governance architectures. The question is, all this needs to be accompanied by the right financing structures to support this implementation, but also we're seeing that financing that is not informed by disaster risk information and data will be not sustainable in the future. We heard an example of 10 houses being wiped out by a landslide. A question maybe of early investment in addition to land use planning, of how money is being attributed or different investments made which are not informed by disaster risk. So this should be worked on and more among different partners and actors, public and private. Tag mentioned it earlier, and indeed in the European region, when I say European region I mean Europe and Central Asia, 55 countries of which all UCPM countries are member of. We have in 2021 set a European Forum DRR roadmap that sets a frame to accompany the implementation of Sendai framework in the region. And here it goes back to Artur's point about the synergies with what happens at the EU level, with the disaster resilience goals, what happens with in the work done by CBSS in the Baltic Sea states, what happens by our colleagues in the Southeastern European region, and DPPI driving this exercise of cooperation. So how can we bring all these different actors together to accelerate Sendai framework? In this context, we have here, and I'm not going to repeat them, but a set of priority areas identified, all of which touch upon the point of innovation. All these are either innovative technologies or innovative approaches to engage, whether it is about scenario development to better inform disaster risk, whether it is about strengthening collaborative transboundary systems, and we know a lot is being done in Europe, in particular thanks to the European Union, in improving and enhancing that collaboration at transboundary level, at regional level. Of course, an important component will be accessibility and development of early warning systems. I won't go into detail, but the Secretary General of the United Nations made a commitment that by 2027 there will be a global coverage by early warning systems. An ambitious target, but I think sets the tone, sets the message that we cannot wait much more and we need to act quickly. Many countries here will probably have well-established early warning systems, but how far are these early warning systems comprehensive? Are they multi-hazard? We heard we cannot address individual risk and hazards independently from each other. So there's still some work to be done everywhere. Vulnerabilities remain. So that is a priority we'll continue working on in the region. And of course, all this is really built on an inclusive approach. I think one message here, which is clear from a UN perspective, is all this requires a gender-responsive approach, an inclusive approach that takes into consideration all groups in society. Some are possibly more vulnerable than others, and therefore need to be also engaged in the conversation, not only as target audiences, but also as actors of change in that exercise. And so turning all that into action, what has it meant from us at a UN level? At a UN level, we've continued working in the region with further discussions on specific themes, working with different partners, organizing regional discussions on these important topics, such as ones today, and looking at what are the different levels of engagements from local authorities, from communities, from governments, in terms of committing to some of these priorities. We have, and this is part of my bulk of my work, continued working specifically on country support. This is probably targeted more to countries outside of the EU, but we are very much invested in collaborating with agencies and with counterparts within European Union countries to continue supporting these different elements of the disaster risk reduction agenda. And finally, last but not least, the regional partnerships. And I think here, these entities that many of them are present today, others may be online or are very much regularly in touch with us, are important actors to continue supporting that process, either because they have an extremely ambitious and well-established legal basis, funding opportunities, but simply also they have a convening power that allows for an exchange of experience, which in this sector, as I was saying, tackling that fragmented setup, which is a challenge when looking at disaster risk reduction and its effectiveness, is important to organize. So having these regional partners, regional initiatives, triggering a space for conversations. And of course, civil society, the scientific community, will probably hear a lot more about this over the next 2 days, which will be critical to informing all these elements going forward. And I'm just using here a slide, and I'm not going to go into the details, but I just wanted to flag here a few elements that are on our radar at the UN that we know is being worked on in the context of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, that many of you are working on in the context of your day-to-day engagement in the EU context, just as a reminder that whenever you're working on those, you're working on your UN commitments. Whenever you're doing your disaster risk management plans from a commitment to EU legislation, you are contributing to a commitment under Sendai to contribute strategic frameworks. When you are working on national adaptation plans, you are contributing to integrating climate and disaster risk reduction. When you are taking part in peer review programs, you are looking at that exchange of experience and peer learning that is really a commitment made under Sendai, and so on and so on. And I think that aspect is something that we happen to be based in Brussels. Our colleagues in the EU are also based in Brussels, so I think you can also count on us to have a regular and close conversation and dialogue to make sure that we also supplement, complement the activities and make sure that the work you're doing is naturally and in an organic way contributing to both EU and global frameworks at the same time. So with that positive note on such a complicated topic, I'd like to thank you. Very much looking forward to the discussions over the next couple of days and the one coming now. And thank you again to the organizers, to Beata. It's fantastic joining you here in Krakow and joining all of you here, and looking forward to continued exchanges. Thank you.
Thank you for your mind-opening comments on the implement the Perfect. Thank you for your mind-opening comments and information about how to implement Sendai framework, and also thank you for your holistic approach about the disaster risk reduction and risk management, risk assessment, and your presentation was very helpful to understand the connection between Sendai framework and Union Civil Protection Mechanism. It's very important now for all of us. Thank you so much, Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, as someone who has been part of the OEC High-Level Risk Forum for many years, I can say that this forum has been one of the most valuable international platforms for advising disaster risk reduction efforts. Please allow me to present a colleague from OECD network, Alfonzo Santamaria. Come on. And please give us some information about yourself and about OECD and what you are doing there. Thank you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Beata, and thank you also to the Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway grants for making this possible. I have been privileged in participating in other cooperation initiatives funded by the grants, not in the area of disaster prevention, but in the area of crime reduction with supporting Baltic states, in particular Latvia, in their process. And it always strikes me that the grant system really tries very hard to push knowledge into areas where others perhaps are not necessarily looking, and it, in a sense, becomes an interesting trailblazer. So I think I really welcome this opportunity to be part of the conference funded by the grants. I think the start of my presentation, I'm going to tell you a little bit about who we are at the OECD. And I might not hold you to sort of the excellent pronunciation of my name that Beata did at the start. But if you are interested, it's very long, and it's Nestor Armando Alfonzo Santamaria. I think that's enough. You can call me Nestor, that's okay. And I have colleagues in the room who are also part of the UK Civil Service. I am technically a UK civil servant, currently on loan to the OECD. And the OECD is a member organization, and it's driven by its members. And that's why it was music to my ears to hear Beata say the value that the High-Level Risk Forum had brought to Poland and to the thinking and resilience in Poland. And I think it is the members of the organization that make the work and dictate the agenda of the work. So everything I'm going to talk to you about now is a reflection of the brilliant work that the members of the organization have been pushing for so many years. So the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development started a little time ago, all the way back when Europe was recovering or setting the path to recovery from the Second World War. So part of the implementation of the funds to reconstruct Europe set up this organization, and not just Europe, but also Asia, and hence the membership covers Europe, Asia, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, and a few American countries that have joined since that. So we have Mexico, Costa Rica, Chile, and Colombia, and a few more on the line. But this organization started with a vision, and the vision was to try and help improve the lives of the people that were living in the member countries, and it continues to be at the center of the work we do. The organization prides itself in striving to encourage better policies for better lives. And this is more than just a motto. It is a philosophy that is lived within the organization, within everything that we do, and the way we engage with the topics that we work on. In the topic of resilience and in the topic of disaster prevention, we frame it under what we call the governance of critical risks. And I'm in the Public Governance Directorate. So it's all about the business of how to think about the structures and processes and mechanisms of the public function to better serve the people that we serve. So ultimately, I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, are public servants, are civil servants, maybe some. And we all serve the population. We all serve the people of our countries. And the High-Level Risk Forum that Beata mentioned is a formal body of the organization that brings together senior officials from across the OECD member states to think about how to find solutions to common challenges around resilience, around the governance of critical risk, around how do we perform that function, that public function in controlling risks in a better way to make sure that risks affect people less. And that's, I think, why we have so much common ground with colleagues in UNDRR, why we have so much common ground with colleagues in the European Commission. Because we're all about reducing suffering and improving people's lives. The main mechanism or soft law instrument that the OECD has for setting out what are the expectations of members when it comes to this space is the recommendation of the Council on the Governance of Critical Risks. And this recommendation sets out a series of things that members have voluntarily decided that they will commit to doing. One of those things is, for instance, they'll commit to having national risk assessments that really dig deep into the drivers of risks and highlights what are the exposed populations and what are the risks that they are exposed to and how to manage those risks. They commit to, through their recommendation, they commit to allocating funds to actually dealing with those risks. So it's not just doing the assessment for assessment's sake, it's actually turning the assessment into actionable advice that creates policies that drive specific preparedness activity, specific disaster prevention activity. And they commit to continuously learn from their experience and the experience of each other. And they come regularly, at least once a year, to Paris, to the OECD headquarters, to share those lessons and sort of be able to partake in that collective learning experience. But it doesn't stop there. And I think the benefit of the work of the OECD being driven by members means that most of the work that we do is comparative policy analysis. And when we, every 4 years, check how well we're doing in implementing the recommendation, we ask all our member countries to do a self-assessment and tell us sort of what areas are challenging, what areas are sort of driving them now. And we've just completed that assessment process for the last iteration. It's every 4 years, and we just finish the assessment. And one of the things that came out quite strongly is that we seem to be very good collectively at understanding risks. And we've moved leaps and bounds in our understanding of the risks that are out there. Granted, we are not very good at understanding risks when they start linking with each other, and I think that's kind of what my colleagues before me were talking about. But if you compare where we were 10 years ago to where we are now in terms of our understanding of the risks that we face, we've had massive improvement. However, and there is a however, the translating that knowledge of risk into concrete activity, translation insights into action is something that we're still struggling collectively with. And it's something that different aspects of disaster risk governance, disaster risk prevention are struggling with. Take, for instance, governance of critical infrastructure risks. So what are the things that could actually stop our essential services, the things that keep our societies going? We understand that there's a kind of plethora of risks that could affect those. But when it comes to trying to do something about them, we find ourselves in a very fragmented space. Each ministry, each agency, each operator has different spaces. And I think it's really important that when addressing critical infrastructure resilience, we do it in a holistic way. And that's also part of what the recommendation says about all hazards approach. But I think there's 3 key challenges, and I think this first day of the conference is meant to be about the challenges. And I think these 3 are probably some of the ones that we've heard the most and that speak strongly to our constituents. And the first one is about the lasting impacts of COVID. And COVID, in common with most disasters, has hit the most vulnerable the hardest. And not only that, but collectively we are also struggling to meet the action required to limit the impacts of climate change, to limit the carbon emissions, to be able to comply with what is required to achieve our objective. So we're really facing some dire news about sort of where we are with our climate change, both mitigation and adaptation activities. And our strategic context has changed. We're facing not just a Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, but a whole shift in the strategic context that we find ourselves in. For a while we've seen mis- and disinformation attempts, and we have been dealing with fake news and all sorts of different ways of calling this. And the European Union has created a kind of hybrid threat center, and a lot of attention has been paid to this. But the extent to which those risks are present in our everyday lives, the extent to which they shape the way we engage on disaster prevention, is unprecedented. And that is really something to think about. Now, just to think about the climate change risk, and I know you've seen other graphs before, but this is a work that I chose because it's a collaborative effort. It's spearheaded by the Joint Research Centre European Commission, but INFORM, the Index for Risk Management, is an initiative that has the support not just of the European Commission, but UNDRR and the OECD and a number of other agencies. And in their climate change research and modeling that they've just published last year, we can see very starkly what is the picture of the changes to our natural hazard exposures. But not only that, but also how our coping capacity and vulnerability is changing, how our coping capacity is really going down and our vulnerability is going up. But enough of the dire news, and I think there's also space for hope. And there's space for hope in that our countries are spending more than they have spent in a very long time trying to reactivate their economies after COVID. We've seen over and over again announcements of millions of euros, millions of dollars, millions of pounds being spent in economic packages to reactivate economies, to create a better society. Now, this is an opportunity for us to move beyond our comfort zone as resilience practitioners and actually engage with the rest of the public sector and the private sector to collectively tackle inequality and boost trust and reinforce democracy. We can turn risk insights into actual prevention activity and build more robust and adaptive crisis management capacities. And we can use that recovery spend to supercharge our climate change adaptation and mitigation activities. But to do that, we need to speak to those who are not in the room. We need to speak to those of our colleagues who are in other ministries that have responsibility for areas that touch on resilience, but are not the people that are already part of this conversation. We need to expand the circle of influence. And one of the ways of expanding our circle of influence is understanding future challenges. And we've done some work with our members on this, and it's trying to figure out what emerging risks can happen. How am I doing time? Am I? Okay. What are we doing to understand emerging risks? And we did a brainstorming exercise. And this was a very rough brainstorming exercise where we asked practitioners across the whole OECD membership to tell us what were the emerging risks that really needed to be front of mind. What were the things that they were concerned about, that they didn't really understand very well, but they knew could be big. Now, by emerging risk, I'm not just talking about new risks. It's also risks that are being experienced in a very unfamiliar context. And if you think about what I said earlier, that our strategic context has changed dramatically, some of the risks are old risks with new faces. But the new faces are so different that we're struggling to deal with them with our existing capabilities. Now, a key question that comes over and over again when we were doing the brainstorm was, do we have the authorities and policy tools that we need to address this? And just to name one specific example, it is now very possible to manipulate genetic material very easily without much controls. And in years to come, it will be even easier to do so. Do we have the policy tools, the authorities, the powers, the processes in place to respond to a highly virulent, highly lethal pathogen, even if it is not released maliciously, even if it is an accidental release? I would guess that if I ventured a show of hands, who is confident that their country has those capabilities, powers, and authorities? Please raise your hand. Maybe not many of you would. Now, what do we have confidence on? So there's a lot of stuff that we don't know, but there's a lot of stuff that we do know. And I think what we do know is there's a number of risks that we should be asking this very tough question about. We know the questions to ask. We know which risks are there. We might not have the exact knowledge of how the impacts might be felt, but we have enough to start the conversation. And we also have enough to start building our adaptive crisis management system. And I think this is where I want to end, because I want to encourage you to think, what are the tools, what are the mechanisms that you can use to build that adaptive crisis management system? I think we're going to see later some very exciting developments that have happened here in Poland about situational awareness and how that is used in real time. That is one tool. I am sure there are more examples, and I'm hoping that throughout the conference we'll see many of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The work that OECD is doing to promote risk governance and resilience is really remarkable, and I'm looking forward to seeing what activities will be undertaken in the next year. But I hope so that we'll be with you on the high-level risk forum, of course. Thank you for your intervention, and now it's time for our online panelist. Let me welcome Bart Raeymaekers. Bart, can you hear us?
Loud and clear, Beata. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Fantastic. It's nice to see you very, very much. And Bart is from DG Network of European Crisis Management Centers. Bart has been a driving force behind the informal DG Network and currently serves as a chair. Bart, the floor is yours.
Okay, Beata, thank you very much, and I'm glad that this online participation works. It feels a little bit like today is Europe Day, but it's also the start of the Eurovision Song Contest, which starts tonight. And this feels a little bit like getting the points. So let me give you already the 12 points from Belgium to Poland and Norway for organizing this wonderful event with very good speakers and very nice topics over the coming days. So thank you very much. And also thank you very much for giving me a few minutes to explain to the audience this new initiative of a network that we build up together with you. My name is Bart Raeymaekers. I'm the Director General of the Belgian National Crisis Center, which is actually the national competent authority for crisis management. And these crisis management centers, they work on the whole risk cycle, like we heard with the previous speaker. So we start with a national risk analysis, we build up the resilience, and we prepare together with all relevant partners and sectors to be better prepared for crisis management and do the actual crisis management. I'm also the senior national official for resilience for our country, for NATO, and the National Crisis Center is the focal point for the Sendai framework. And we will be present in New York next week also. So I'll try to share my screen, and I hope this will work also. Yes, if someone can please tell me that the sharing works, that would be nice.
Yes, it works.
Okay, thank you very much. So crises are growing increasingly complex. They are now, by their nature, actually multi-sectoral and cross-border. And those sectors, as we heard with the previous speakers, are also interdependent. So these national competent authorities are managing crises in a very cross-sectoral manner. At the same time, it became evident that there existed very few structures dedicated to strategic coordination in the field of crisis management at the European level. And so a platform for national competent authorities for horizontal and cross-sectoral crisis management was looked after, was searched for. Following these constatations, in 2018, the Belgian National Crisis Center took the initiative of launching a network of Director Generals for European crisis centers, with the support of the Benelux countries and the Benelux General Secretariat. And as you mentioned, we manage the permanent secretariat of this network. And this network aims to strengthen cooperation between crisis structures of the European countries. And the objectives of the network include to share experience, expertise, and good practices and lessons learned, to be mutually informed of the challenges faced by our counterparts, and to support each other in the research and the implementation of common solutions. Also to enable further international cooperation between European crisis centers, with the larger goal to improve crisis management in individual countries, but also at the European level. And also to develop a network of colleagues in national crisis management structures in various positions, allowing everyone to reach their counterparts quickly and efficiently in case of crisis. And we did it already in the last years. And to actively cooperate in case of a crisis with international ramifications. The DG networks aim to develop a greater dialogue between the actors of crisis management in Europe. These consultations should allow for greater interoperability between crisis management procedures and strategies across the continent. Crisis management, of course, is a national competence, and it is important that the sovereignty of each country is preserved. Yet the participating states agree that we can only benefit from closer cooperation between national crisis management authorities. To this end, a cooperation protocol of symbolic value was signed by 25 countries. Those were the 24 EU member states plus Norway. It describes the objectives of the network, and it underlines the willingness to cooperate more closely, and such willingness highlights the gap that existed in this regard. So far, almost 30 countries, EU and non-EU countries, have already participated in at least one meeting. So how do we organize our work? It is, of course, not the intention to duplicate existing structures, but to bring more potential relevant partners around the table on certain issues. We also heard the previous speaker, that a lot of more actors are relevant in crisis management, not only civil protection, but also security services, intelligence services, but also other departments like public health, of course, environmental departments, energy, communications, and so on. Through this informal nature, as Beata told you, the DG network allows for a flexible organization of regular and ad hoc meetings. The regular meetings have been held both physically and through video conference. For instance, during COVID-19, of course, we did video conferences, but also in March 2022, a video meeting was called on an ad hoc basis in order to share the members' first experience regarding to the reception of Ukrainian refugees. Our last meeting took place in Brussels in November 2022 in collaboration with the General Secretariat of the Council of the EU. Next to the plenary sessions, we also had the ad hoc meetings, and we also had lessons learned workshops. They have been organized in Tallinn, thanks to our colleagues of the Estonian Situation Center. We did them on the lessons learned from a crisis management point of view from the COVID-19 pandemic, but also we did a lessons learned workshop on the war in Ukraine, and amongst the subjects discussed were the hosting of refugees, of course, disinformation and strategic communication, and the CBRN threats. The Netherlands also hosted an online IPCR scenario-based discussion focused on migration in April 2022. All these examples demonstrate the capacity of the DG network to answer rapidly and efficiently when a crisis occurs, but also to its ability to gather around the table adequate partners in order to anticipate future issues and share good practices. A variety of speakers have been present to the meetings, such as the Secretary General of the Council, DG ECHO, of course, FEMA, our American counterparts, the Klingendahl Institutes, and so on. We discussed a variety of topics, like the future of EU crisis management, horizontal crisis management, strategic communication, national resilience strategies, the COVID approach, the situation in Ukraine, CBRN threats, and so on. The next meeting of the network will take place in Stockholm in June. It will be the first time that a plenary meeting of the network is held outside of Brussels. And from there on, the next meetings should follow the rotating presidency of the Council, as Spain has already confirmed that they will organize the meeting during their presidency in Spain. This is further proof that the future of EU crisis management is a topic that is high on the agenda of many member states. Some concrete examples maybe of international cooperation facilitated by the DG network. First, following discussions held between national crisis management authorities with the DG network, the Slovene presidency of the Council set up an ad hoc working party on preparedness, crisis response, and resilience to future crises. We also did bilateral visits of the crisis centers. For instance, our National Crisis Center is building new infrastructure, so we went to visit our Estonian brand new Situation Center to exchange good practices and experience, how to set up such a situation room. But we also exchanged information on how a legislative project aimed at reforming its regulatory framework around crisis management should be conducted. In this light, we called upon the partners in the network to exchange good practices, looking how their legal departments handle the missions with the right to respect for private life, particularly focusing on data protection. To conclude, so at next, the DG network fills a gap at a strategic level in the field of crisis management. Our network was created bottom-up as the different heads of the national competent authorities for crisis management all felt the same need to share experiences, to consult, and to coordinate. However, to this day, this gap is not yet officially covered at the European level. Therefore, the formalization of the DG network within the structures of the EU continues to be a relevant topic. Each new crisis puts the need for more international cooperation at the front of the stage and reinforces the necessity of officializing such a platform. The Swedish presidency has issued a discussion paper on the relevance of a network of crisis management linked to the IPCR mechanism, hence launching the discussion. So the discussion on the importance of finding such a forum to discuss horizontal and strategic crisis management, preparedness and resilience is, I think, very needed. Such a platform should be an open platform, and I heard this also with the previous speakers. All relevant actors should have a place around that table. Also, the different actors at European Commission level. Because as we heard from the first speaker, they are a very powerful and important partner to the national competent authorities for crisis management. So I think, Beata, I gave a short introduction of what the DG network is aimed to do, what we are doing, and it's an open platform. We will make sure that the participants in this seminar will get my little intervention, my short intervention with the coordinates should they need more information or want to participate in any way. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bart, so much. And you emphasize that DG Network has an important role in exchanging information when emergency and disaster occur, but also before. And that's why it's also very, very important. Let me announce that the next meeting, DG Network meeting, as you mentioned, will be in Stockholm, but one of the topics will be hybrid threats. And I will be there, so I hope so that I will meet a lot of you there. Thank you so much, and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to introduce our last panelist, Mrs. Vineta Polatside, who is joining us from the Council of the Baltic Sea States. What is important that, as you know, Poland is a country located on the Baltic Sea, so we are extremely aware of the risk as challenging facing this region. So, Vineta, the floor is yours.
Hello, and I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to this conference. We heard the global perspective, UN perspective, and the work, and the EU perspective, but I would like to zoom in and talk about the activities carried out and the work done in the Baltic Sea region. As Beata mentioned, I represent the Council of the Baltic Sea States. I'm Senior Advisor for Safe and Secure Region Priority at the CBSS, and as I suspect that maybe many of you are not familiar with the Council of the Baltic Sea States. It's a regional intergovernmental organization with a permanent secretariat based in Stockholm, Sweden, and we are the political forum for the countries, 10 member states, countries of the Baltic Sea region, but we are very much also the platform of practical cooperation. And disaster risk reduction, it's only one area we focus under our long-term priority, safe and secure region. We also work with regional identity issues and also making region more sustainable and prosperous. And I would like to echo previous speakers very much that we see that only through this integrated cross-sectoral approach we can address disaster risk reduction effectively. And CBSS was established 31 years ago as a response to the dramatic geopolitical changes that took place in the Baltic Sea region after the end of the Cold War. And last year we were supposed to celebrate 30 years of cooperation and trust in our region. Unfortunately, that was definitely not the time to celebrate. But we see now that international cooperation is as important or even more important as it was ever before. And to connect to the previous presentations and work done globally, the approach we kind of follow is to think globally, to tackle these international issues as a macro region, as the Baltic Sea region, but we never forget that the work is done at the local level, in cities, in towns, in municipalities. And if we talk about the Sendai framework and the addressing risks of climate change, we very much focus on this macro-regional implementation, since regions such as ours share similar risks, and furthermore, these are the neighboring countries which often provide support to one to another when a crisis emerges. And this is another very important motivation why improved transnational cooperation is very important, but at the same time focusing on the local level where the actual disaster risk reduction work is done. And I base this statement on the international project we implemented. It was funded by DG ECHO, Cascade, and during this project we brought together civil protection specialists and climate adaptation experts to identify and measure climate change risks, as well as to give recommendations for local actors how to respond to the climate change in the most effective way. As a result, we developed a toolbox for city officials and easy to use checklists and templates. But we see that despite different toolboxes or training manuals, there is no really understanding and knowledge at the local level, especially when it comes to small towns and small cities, how to tackle these issues. And so we interviewed experts from the local level. We interviewed national Sendai framework focal points. And I would like to highlight 4 priorities that they pointed out as very important ones. It was also, Andrew mentioned this also in his speech, it's regionalization and tailoring of the Sendai framework. As the countries in the Baltic Sea region experience many of the same consequences of climate change, they would really benefit from sharing solutions based on common and comparable risks and similar socioeconomic profiles. Second priority, broader integration of climate risk into national risk assessment strategies. And this requires inclusion of climate change experts into the risk assessment teams. A third one, improved understanding of current emerging and future risks. And I want to echo also previous speakers that very much our focus is on existing and kind of previous disasters. We are not putting enough emphasis on future risks. We need better data and guidance how to use this information, how to use this data. And especially smaller municipalities struggle with this because they have very limited resources. And The last priority I want to point out is strengthened opportunities for collaboration, networking, and discussion related to climate resilience among local authorities. In addition to sharing best practices, which are often done in the conference, local authorities are very much interested in specific activities such as discussing and potentially harmonizing methods, scenarios, and data, and working with neighboring municipalities. And this is what we are currently trying to do. We are developing an international project together with our member states where we want to put together neighboring municipalities and help them how they can cooperate in case of disaster and how they can respond. The conference is very much about the innovation. We, as the international organization, we are not research organization or we are not solution provider. But what was mentioned many times in this panel is this bringing different sectors and different actors, state authorities, NGOs, academia together. And this is where we see kind of our role and our value. Because what we notice that there are a lot of solutions out there. And we are so caught up on developing new solutions. Like new programs, they're very much focused. You need to come up with a new solution. You need to develop something new. But a lot exists, but the people are not aware of these solutions. They are too expensive. They are somewhere in the shelf, and we at the end, we just, with all the complicated apps and sophisticated systems, we use good old Excel sheets because we just simply cannot afford. And how we say that CBSS role is to be like interpreter and try to translate this complicated language and these different solutions, how to bring them and translate them in a human language to the users, and how we try to connect researchers, solution providers with doers. It's just I want to mention one of the recent examples. In January this year in Warsaw, we organized, together with our Polish colleagues, we organized Civil Protection Forum of the Baltic Sea region, where the focus was on crisis communication, and the businesses, civil protection authorities, and researchers were invited to discuss what's out there, what's new, what are the challenges when it comes to crisis communication. And there was the particular platform mentioned to coordinate work between private sector and NGOs when it comes to providing assistance to Ukraine. And this particular platform raised really interest in our member states because it seems to be effective, it's working well. So we approached the developer Deloitte, who developed this platform, and next week we are having a meeting for all our member states where Deloitte experts who developed this platform will introduce how it works and how can it be adapted in different countries and used in different countries. So we are trying to be this bridge connecting different actors and implementing common challenges through the expert groups and through very practical projects. And it was also, I want to also echo what was said before, often we talk about great ideas, but it comes to money, because if there is no funding, then our dreams just become dreams. So this is another kind of role what we have, that we help our member states to secure funding through different programs to implement and to address these common challenges that we are addressing here today. Thank you. That was very shortly from me because I realized that I'm the one who is standing between you and the well-deserved coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate your speech and what is very important, your wealth bringing us your new view, new wave of experience in this very important topic. Yes, we need to have a break, and I'd like to invite you for a short coffee break. So we will meet together here at what time? 10? 10 after 12? 5? 10. Okay. Compromise. Okay, 10 after 12. But before I would like to invite you for a group photo. Let's capture this moment. I don't know, but we should follow for somebody, for Piotr. No? Artur and somebody else. You have your own microphones. Okay, so everything. I'm not sure who will ask. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have an attention, please? It's time to start our session, discussion panel with our distinguished panelists. And I have my first question is to Andrew. First of all, thanks more time for shedding light of the challenges in the topic of implementing of Sendai framework. But tell me, what are your expectations from countries in terms of implementing Sendai framework, and what support is UNDRR offering to countries in this regard?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, Beata, and welcome back, everyone. Thank you for the question. I think I'll probably start by referring to the fact that the Sendai framework is a voluntary framework. So it is a sovereign and member states-driven initiative to implement the framework. And I think one expectation is to see as many countries put together the right frameworks at a national level to try and meet as many of the targets set and committed to it in a global context. But it's difficult to say that there is one specific channel that each country should take. It will be context specific to each country. So I think expectations will also be based on the circumstances and on the context. Of course, there are 7 global targets. We work with member states to also ensure that they monitor the implementation of the Sendai framework, which is an important exercise, sometimes a bit undervalued because it is sometimes complicated to identify the right sources of information, data, engagement with the right ministries or agencies. But at the end of the day, that monitoring helps countries identify what have been the measured impacts of disasters over time, what have been the measures taken over time, and those trends can be very much useful for countries to understand how to prioritize, where to prioritize, and where to go next. So the monitoring aspect would be probably a core expectation that we would highlight for each country to have its own vision of where they are in terms of Sendai framework implementation. In terms of what UNDRR and the UN in general does, because I think when we talk about countries where there is UN presence on the ground, this is not the case in the EU, but globally speaking it is, the idea is to ensure that UN agencies across their different portfolios will be able to support the different priorities of Sendai. And I think in this case, this is through possibly trainings or capacity building support, or simply convening conversations. And I think UNDRR, as an agency that has a normative mandate, we rely a lot on the regional platforms, the global platform, the national platforms,
initiatives such as the Making Cities Resilient 2030, where cities come together to have conversations and share those experiences. So I think one expectation would be for countries, cities, or communities to engage as much as possible in these convening spaces, and to try and keep reminding us of what would be, in their own context, the different possible instruments or processes that can be valuable. In the EU, we hear a lot from member states. Please ask the different regional organizations who are working all on DRR to not sort of create too much work and overburden us with UNDRR, OECD, EU reporting obligations or activities of some form, of some kind. Can we better talk together? And I think, yes, this is something that we do at our level, but I think we should also try and do better to support the countries. So I think that would be some element of homework on our side that we should continuously work on and focus on. So I hope that answers.
And for example, tool, yes, stress test, and you will be talking about this tool tomorrow.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, of course.
I'll piggyback on what you said, Andrew, and I think a nice example of something that collectively we're all doing to support countries implement the Sendai framework and the recommendation on critical entity resilience and the recommendation on critical infrastructure governance is the work that collectively we've all done on the toolkit for sort of resilient infrastructure. I think that's a concrete example of a tool that has been collectively developed with input from academia, with input from civil society, the European Commission, and the OECD, convened by UNDRR. So I think that's kind of one example of something that hopefully can help countries implement kind of the mandate of all the different regulators, all the different sort of entities that are talking about critical infrastructure resilience, and kind of, I think doing more in that space, I think would help everyone really.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want about regional dimension. What do you think? So how can be done to facilitate this process and regional cooperation?
When it comes to regional cooperation, it's basically the same principles apply, but where I think the strength of regional cooperation is that we share similar values, we share similar risks, and we can kind of go into depth and to see and how to address these issues. So this is our strengths, and as a region we can be as an example to other regions, or we can try to kind of stay within our national borders. And what we can see, that now with this changing geopolitical situation and all the crises, there is this tendency kind of for countries to focus on protecting its borders, its own interest, and kind of there is cutting in funding when it comes to the international and the regional cooperation. But at the same time, we see from these global crises that countries on their own or responsible authorities on their own cannot really do much to protect citizens. So it's kind of, from one point, there is awareness and understanding of the importance to address issues together, but at the same time, we see also cutting resources and trying to focus on internal kind of matters. So we need to think about that. Do we put resources into the priorities?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
So include strategic foresight in preparing for the future challenges and doing a whole of society approach to preparing for future challenges. But the reason I kind of took the microphone to talk about this is because part of the project has peers from other countries, which includes Estonia, Finland, and other countries in the region. And the value that colleagues from Estonia and Finland in particular bring into the Sweden context, because of the shared value, because of the shared challenges, is absolutely immense.
Yeah, I really appreciate peer review meeting in Poland a lot of years ago, but I think that this is an excellent tool to building resilience and to exchange good practices. Artur, I have a question because we are talking about the changing geopolitical landscape, everybody of us, and how do you see international cooperation evolving in these years to come, and what role can European Commission play in facilitating this process?
Thank you, Beata. First of all, let me go back quickly to the peer review. You just mentioned that you benefited from the peer review, but now you're paying forward because there was a Polish peer helping out the authorities in Moldova just 2 weeks ago during the ongoing peer review. So thank you for that as well. Because that's I think that's the whole essence, that the knowledge that we're sharing, or we're benefiting from the knowledge coming from elsewhere, then we are trying to use and pay forward so that collectively we move, you know, we're facing the threats that are out there. Where are we heading next? I think there's something that we're trying to already change a little bit on the UCPM level, is to take a step back from the response-driven activities. As you recall, the history of the UCPM, 2013, 2019, and even most recent 2020 changes in the legislation were all related to what has already happened. And now a realization that we're not sufficiently equipped to deal with those challenges, the fires, the COVID, and so on and so forth. So what we're trying to do is to look at it a little bit, as well as Nestor was saying, to anticipate, to look forward, and build our capacity for the future. And that capacity inherently forces us to invest more in prevention and preparedness. And I think this is a challenge for all of us, and I'm pretty sure if I asked people in the room, how are you able to convince your colleagues, your hierarchy, whether prevention and preparedness actually matters in the long run? I'm sure many of you will come back saying it is very difficult, and it's sometimes frustrating because it's not sometimes a work that is very visible, because how do you prove that you prevent something from happening? But together with World Bank, not a long time ago, we conducted a study that analyzed cost benefits of over 70 different case studies of prevention and preparedness activities that clearly have shown that investment in disaster resilience pays off. The dividend is 2 to 10 times fold on average from the benefits over the costs put into the prevention and preparedness activities. So it does matter. So thinking forward, perhaps this is exactly what we have to push together on the EU level and on our national, regional activities as well. Perhaps it's not very groundbreaking, but I think this is the obvious move that we have to you know, take into consideration when doing the work that we do.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still thinking about the regional perspective and Baltic Sea, Council of Baltic Sea States, and what are the most pressing challenges and risks that we should be addressing in order to enhance disaster preparedness and response in the region, and how can international cooperation and collaboration contribute to mitigate those risks and promoting more resilience in the Baltic region?
When we talk about disasters, then the responsible institutions can kind of consider that a certain crisis is over. But I think for us, for the society, the crisis will not be over. We cannot say that we will come back to the normal, because we need to learn how to live with the new normal. And now with the war...
What doesn't mean the new normal, yes?
Yes. Yeah. So we need to kind of accept the new normal and learn how to live with that. And now the war, the pandemic showed that we actually are very much unprepared for crisis. And that, like, responsible institutions alone cannot protect us. We talked a lot, and we mentioned also here resilience. For me, and I know and I imagine that for many of us, until recently, resilience was just a fancy word, something kind of theory. But now we are living into like we need to actually be resilient. And this is one of the challenges and one of the priorities I think we are focusing as the Baltic Sea region. I think we should focus. This is this building, as you mentioned, the civil defense, whole of society approach and strengthening individual resilience. And in the CBSS, we have a rotating presidencies. So now in July, Finland will have a presidency of the CBSS. And I think Finland is an excellent example when it comes to this individual resilience and comprehensive security. They have their famous 72 hours like preparedness where Finnish citizens are really very well informed what they need to do. And so what we are doing, we are trying to kind of disseminate these good practices. We are organizing study visits. Suddenly, we are very much interested in shelters, in early warning systems, and also when we come to preparedness, vulnerable groups, and you mentioned, because if we cannot talk about general resilience because different groups have different needs, they have different perspectives and their point of view, their needs need to be taken account. And just to give a very practical example, what we focus now, we see the importance of working together with volunteers, with civil society organizations. To help Ukraine, civil society play enormous role, but there is no really coordination. We are not aware of what is going around. So we are bringing volunteer organizations, civil society organizations together with state authorities and trying to establish the network where they can share, where they can coordinate, where they can learn from each other. Or other example is to involve young people and children, because they are not just vulnerable group. They are very resilient and they are very resourceful, but we do not ask them what are their needs, what are they afraid of. We just want to exclude them and from the discussion because we think that we protect them, but they understand what's happening around. They feel insecure. They feel that they don't know how to act. So we are now, we have started an international big project where we will focus on development child participation mechanisms when it comes to disaster risk reduction and how they can be partners in work, not just a vulnerable group. So I would say the challenge and a priority for us is building practical individual resilience and focusing on vulnerable groups and their needs.
Yes, Andrew?
No, I just wanted to reinforce that message, especially on the youth side. We've had recent experiences at the UN, of course, promoting this idea of an inclusive approach to DRR. Some friends from Romania are here today. We had an event in Romania in February discussing risk communication, and there was one component of that discussion triggered and driven around a youth network. And I think there's a real dynamic in Romania to establish a youth network to discuss DRR issues and really support it at the highest level in the country. And the exposure of, and my special representative was present in these discussions with these young people, was astonishingly enriching. And I think we need to more systematically, and I think one lesson learned we took from that meeting was to try and see how we can more systematically incorporate a discussion amongst or with youth, because as you said, they're no longer really a vulnerable group, but more a critical actor of change. And that was the message they passed to us very strongly when we met them there, was please incorporate us in these conversations. So my message as a result of that to all of you who work in national platforms or coordination mechanisms in your national environments is, if youth groups are not involved there, please do incorporate them, find ways of involving them there, because I think it's a tremendously enriching and important voice to have around the table.
Nestor?
Just to share an example from another OECD member country, so a little bit further away from Japan. In the Aichi prefecture, the north of Japan, they've had for quite some time a super interesting project, which is a locally driven resilience awareness campaign that pairs school-aged children with vulnerable senior citizens in the community. And by pairing this sort of school-age children with a vulnerable senior citizen, they've enabled the whole community to improve their tsunami preparedness stats. And now less than 5% of the population is at risk of sort of suffering from the effects of tsunami, because by doing this pairing, they're able to get the vulnerable adults into safe ground much, much quicker and in time to deal with this. And it's not just about involving youth, it's about that intergenerational activity that is really important. It's kind of how the young people that are participating in this are also learning about sort of historic events of tsunami preparedness, and that paints a much more real picture, and it gets them more motivated to take part. And everyone ends up really benefiting from this involvement, not just the young people, not just the senior citizens, but also the rest of the community.
Let's think about building society resilience. What activity OECD is providing in this area? Do you have some activity and some project?
So I'm trying to keep my interventions quite specific, because I think sometimes we get lost in the general. So I'll give you a few examples of specific activities. So with this project in Sweden that I mentioned earlier, we are the main focus of the project is how to do anticipatory capacity in crisis management, but in a way that involves the private sector. So we're working with two specific sectors, the food sector and the transport sector, to see how those sectors can be better mobilized to do anticipatory crisis preparedness capacity in Sweden, in conjunction with MSB, the Swedish Civil Contingencies Authority. We're doing a similar thing with Estonia. This time we're looking at municipal level activities. So how municipal level activities can be leveraged to improve resilience at that level. And I think the last one is something that we're working with a non-member state, with Morocco, and it's doing an implementation of practical guides on how to do disaster prevention for earthquakes with local voluntary sector organizations and municipal bodies in Agadir in Morocco. So just 3 concrete examples of things that we're doing to turn into practice that ethos of whole of society approach to critical risk governance. And the benefit of all this is that when it comes to the HLRF, so High Level Risk Forum meeting, we're going to bring everything that we learn from those experiences, or actually we're going to invite the countries to share everything they've learned from those experiences with the rest of the members of the network.
Yeah, thank you. Artur, I wonder about the knowledge network. Give some information, more information, how we can participate in this network.
Before that, if I may, because I think it's very important exactly to look into specific examples of the actual work that is happening on the ground. And I mean, there is a vast array of projects being funded in the area of disaster resilient societies. There's an entire cluster of projects funded under Horizon of the European Union. I see a representative of the core project, and that is also later on the agenda. But there's so much funding out there that is actually making a difference. Mm-hmm. Because it's true, I mean, there's so many of those very grand initiatives that try to touch the surface, but the actual work is being done on the ground by the people who implement specific activities. And I just wanted to draw your attention to very few of them that I had a chance to get to know. So, for example, Resilog project that has developed entire methodology how to capture resilience of communities at the very local level and how to involve them in building their own resilience. 2 projects that focus on networks of practitioners and their link with the community and the community resilience. No Fear for the emergency medical professionals, and eNotice for professionals involved in CBRN scenarios, CBRN response, that they were trained to work with very different vulnerable groups, as we also were speaking a moment ago. So that they actually can tackle different types of vulnerabilities when they are active on the ground, and many others. Those are just to mention those examples, because I think it's good to bring those examples forward, because this is actually what matters in the long term. Back to the questions, the knowledge network. So when we're looking at the knowledge network in kind of organizational or institutional framework, it is, of course, first of all, very much member states driven, because as everything at the UCPM level, we have a supporting competence, and we're there to support the member and participating states of the mechanism. And that said, you know, the membership, or so-called formal membership of the knowledge network, is limited to the member and participating states. But that doesn't mean that other stakeholders cannot participate in different activities that we do implement as part of the knowledge network. And this is exactly where we seek engagement of every single one of you on individual or institutional level. As the knowledge network, to give you an example, we organize the UCPM training and exercises program, of which exercises are components that are open for open procurement procedures. So if your organization is involved in disaster preparedness activities, training activities, you would like to be part of the consortium, you can form that consortium, then train the professionals who are then first responders in the UCPM missions. There is, of course, a vast array of projects that I mentioned before, the Knowledge for Action, Prevention, Preparedness projects that allow any of you, any legal entity, to form a consortium and apply for funding, to focus on specific aspects of prevention and preparedness based on, of course, the call document, but also on your own specific needs. And I also see some representative of those projects in the room, and I'm sure you will have a chance to talk about or hear about Colaris project that is coordinated here by the Center for, I always confuse the Polish and English name, this Center for Information for Crisis, right? Crisis Information Center. Here in Poland, and many others. But there are also, of course, many ad hoc activities. Now that, fortunately, that ship has sailed, to put it in a metaphor. In 3 weeks from now, we're organizing Evidence for Policy in Disaster Risk Management Summer School that is meant to be a space for civil protection professionals, policymakers, operational decision makers, and researchers, scientists, to come together and work on solving specific problems, specific scenarios together. We want to put people in the same room and make them feel uncomfortable. Because I think that's what was also linked to what you were saying, is that very often we don't know how to talk to each other. That we're speaking different languages. Even though we're talking about the same things, we don't have a common vocabulary. And that's exactly what we want to do as part of the knowledge network, create those opportunities that will bring people together, that will be forced to listen to each other and try to understand each other's perspectives. And I understand that this is a very small scale and very limited, because we are going to have around 70 people participating, but we bring together a scientist and practitioners from almost every single member and participating state, so that at least we give a chance to everyone around the table to have that kind of conversation going. And many others. I mean, later this year, and it links a little bit to what we were saying about the youth. We will be organizing a second iteration of Young Civil Protection Professionals event that is meant to be our investment, as a commission, Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network, investment in the next generation of people we will be working with in the UCPM. Researchers, practitioners, policymakers, anyone up until 30 years old, who you see from the member states' perspective, who needs to build their network of contacts to be able to work in the future to understand each other. Because why are we sitting here in this panel? It's because we have had the chance to meet Beata in the past, and it was so much easier to build a panel based on the professional networks that we're all building on the way. And I think this is also a very important element in building these networks into our professional life, and that's something that the Knowledge Network would also like to facilitate. And let me just finish by saying that next year, if everything goes well, the Knowledge Network will bring together over 1,000 people, or maybe even more, for the next European Civil Protection Forum. That we're hoping it will also facilitate all those different conversations in one place, and allow you to network and to build a sense of community at the European level. Tentatively early June next year, but this is not yet confirmed, so thank you.
Okay, but
is it still an aspiration to have a project bank as part of the knowledge network so people can see the outcomes of the projects?
Yes, this is exactly the goal. It's already starting. All the projects that are funded by the UCPM are using the Knowledge Network platform as their communication tool. So all the ones that have been funded recently, you can already go to the Knowledge Network platform and learn about their activities, and then learn about their outcomes once they reach that stage. Because this is one of the issues that we've also identified, the sustainability of the results of the projects that very often die with the funding. A year or 2 years after the project is finished, the websites disappear from the online world. So we're hoping that we will bridge that gap in accessibility, or at least selected results of those actions.
I think that most important is to collect resilience goals with Sendai framework also. And Nestor mentioned about the challenges, and the challenges was the impact of COVID-19, also mitigate climate change and adaptation activities, and changing the security, environment security, yes, and continue to evolve this environment. Give me one. The most important on danger, challenges, Andrew, in the context of future risks?
I think the main danger would be to try and put a finger on that. I think it would be difficult. It would be difficult to single out one specific risk. As we heard from Vineta, different risks are shared in certain geographical contexts. There are some regional initiatives supporting a better understanding of those shared risks, whether we heard from Bart in the Benelux context or the Baltic Sea region, the work done on European climate risk assessments and so on in the European context. The work that Nestor touched upon on the Inform Risk Index demonstrates also some shared exposures or vulnerabilities in different areas. So I wouldn't put my finger on any one of them. Maybe I would package them, as I was trying to message earlier, as risks that are systemic by nature and therefore require more than just a civil protection response to them. And I think that would be the single biggest risk we have out there, is to remain a little bit too sectoral or siloed in the way we try and approach those risks. And Nestor very eloquently put it earlier on how we were handling the COVID-19 crisis. And so having to put all this lessons learned together would be the best way forward to tackle this. But I think that systemic nature of risk is probably the single most critical one. I did like what Nestor mentioned about the foresight work. We've recently had some conversations with a colleague of yours at the Joint Research Center who are working on foresight and modeling or foresight work, and trying to look at these, what we call known unknowns and unknown unknowns, and black swans, grey rhinos, for those who are more familiar with that terminology. So looking at emerging and new risks, so trying to look ahead rather than only back, I think is probably something that we need to do together with the collection of losses and impacts of past disasters, is to try to anticipate, if we can, as much as possible what's coming ahead. So going around in circles, this is an element of response that I try and give you. Thanks.
Artur?
I mean, I would second everything that Andrew just said, because I think this is also a challenge that we are facing at the European level, given only on the basis, not only, but among others, on the basis of the fact that we have different levels of competence as the European Commission, depending on the field we're talking about. As I mentioned earlier, in civil protection, we have a supporting competence, but crisis management and response to this growing landscape of risks goes way beyond civil protection. You know, our colleagues in agriculture that I happen to be working in the same building with the common agriculture policy, it's much more independent competence. And there is so much investment in CAP in the area of disaster prevention that we sometimes don't know of, that, that's something that also triggers questions. And is it a challenge, or is it an opportunity for us to actually capitalize on that? And of course, crisis management goes beyond, into home affairs, into civilian crisis management, and many other aspects that are not within our remit. And I think this idea of going outside of our immediate environment and trying to understand it, to say the least, is extremely important. But it's also extremely challenging, because if it's not, very often people say, if it's not my responsibility, why should I, right? Yeah. And I think this mindset change still has to happen in many aspects. And I would second what Andrew said, that this is, for me, without pinpointing one specific point, the most complex and important element that we have to look into.
I guess same question, right? Or do you want to change it? I don't know. I think for me, the biggest risk is a beast with two heads. I think the biggest risk is failing to engage properly with our past. And one of the heads of this beast is not learning from what we've just experienced. And the other head of this beast is thinking that the future is going to be like the past. Exactly. And I think if we don't engage with what's happened to us collectively and change the way we do things, I think someone once told me that a definition of madness is to kind of do the same and expect different outcomes. Yeah. So we should not be that mad.
I agree with everything. But just to add, really, like we experience exactly the same kind of challenges, but just to be, maybe I'll be provocative, but if I talk about the region I work with, I think the Baltic Sea region, it's a rich region, it's innovative region. We can be example for many parts of the world. But at the same time, our kind of downfall, I think, is that we are arrogant. We think that we know the best. We don't, we teach others. We don't need to learn from others. And I think this is a risk, because in certain areas, we are behind other regions. And when, again, we mentioned the same, this child, youth participation, when we did a mapping exercise to see how actually, children are involved in disaster risk reduction, we hardly could find any sustainable efforts in our countries. Then we looked on Asia and in other regions. So just to keep this open-minded, to learn from others, not to think that we are superior or we know better, but really just work together and learn from each other. And this thinking in these boxes, like this is just my mandate or the mandate of my organization, and I will not go beyond. It's when we talk about, for example, volunteers, then we see very much how it's not a problem that there is no money or there is no knowledge how to cooperate with volunteers, but it's this mentality and the culture. Some countries there is, like in Slovenia, in Slovakia, they are with a very limited funding, but they have the culture of volunteers. When in other countries, there might be plenty of funding, but people just this is not in my this is not my task. Why do I need to spend extra time to work with children after my work or during my work? And then it's a question of just being open-minded and wanting to do something, not staying within the box of your job description.
I agree. Yeah. Now I would like to open up the floor for any question. Does anyone has question from audience? If not, no problem, because I have a lot of. Okay, Sławek. Microphone, please.
Sławomir Łazarek from Government Center for Security. From whole this discussion, the previous excellent presentation, as I can say, and now it's for me the most important is human being. Yeah? Yes, we can elaborate many programs, It doesn't matter what the programs will be. If we will not get the support from the people for that, it's for nothing. We have knowledge, but we can introduce them, yes? Collaboration with the academia, with the private sector, with the government or NGOs is so important, but the most important is the people. The people are behind that. You excellent said. Why I shouldn't do it? Yes, it's not my how to say, responsibility and so on. But, for example, in our center we prepared some assessment how we deal with the COVID, for example, pandemic. And one of the most important outcomes is the human being, the volunteers are the, how to say, the most vulnerable, but the most, how to say, responsible, or not responsible. We can use them, if I can say use, for dealing with the crisis. But they need knowledge, because sometimes they have the knowledge, but not as a common knowledge, how to deal with the problem. It doesn't matter, it's a pandemic or the others. For example, we find that there is a lack of, we create a big programs for trainings, exercises and so on, because the exercises is so crucial for that, because we have procedures, but we haven't got enough exercises for that. Or if we organize the exercises, they are not realistic, yes? We assume that something will fail. That means we, how to say, back from the exercise aims, and it's okay, yes? Exercise is success. But to shorten my, the human being is the most important, but these organizations, UN and so on, should, it's my opinion, should concentrate on the human being, how to involve the people for that. Your how to say, excellent assessment. The people are ready to support themselves and their neighborhood. Even children can do something better or so good, so well to protect their even families, yes, or then the neighborhood. But we should, how to say, the change the thinking about that. They are not vulnerable people, as you said. They are a good source to deal with that, yes? And this, we should, how to say, go to the, think globally, but how to say, do in local. Yeah, yeah. And you put that, how to say, this depicted, or almost all activities should be, how to say, tailored to, yes? At different time, you should use different ways to get to the children, to the officials. For example, it's probably for the others. How to get, for example, you said in Norway that there was falling down 10 new built buildings, yes? And I can ask, where were the, how to say, authorities that allowed to build these houses on this place that can be destroyed, so I can send easily, yes? We said the same in for example, in Poland as well. There was a big flood in Wrocław. Why it was? Because we allowed people to build the houses on endangered surroundings and so on. Okay, I just as a comment. Yeah, thanks. Not question, but the comment.
Thank you for your comments, and Sławomir took all our times for audience. But I will. Okay, there is another question. But okay, thank you.
It's not working. Working. Yes. Thank you so much. Great presentation, great discussion. My name is Monika. I'm from Planet. To your point, I'm always trying to learn something, and I wonder, like, after listening to the conversation, you know, I showed them up, and it's clearly for me that we are not prepared, and we are not strong enough and resilient to be prepared for the disaster, yet we have ambitious goals. So to all the panelists, from your opinion, what we are missing? Is this a willingness, the money, the knowledge? Like, if you could, from your experience, just to point like one challenge from your opinion, what we are missing the most, for me to try to better understand how we can get there and make a difference. Thank you.
Somebody else?
Also a question, going back to the core project, which I already mentioned. You mentioned here, you're talking about, the policy level, the big companies, the national level. We talk about the individuals, we talk about children. But what do you think, who should work with the small businesses? Because those are the majority of businesses around the country. Who should work with them to improve their resilience? And also what we can learn from them, because also there could be some cases because they are already going through all the crises frequently alone. So you think, at what level should be this focus on SMEs? Thank you.
I don't know where it was aimed at me, but I can tackle some of the aspects. To answer your question, Monica, right? I think it's not going to be a secret. It's political willingness. At the end of the day, it's very often bogs down to politics. If in the moment, you feel that there is a political importance, political gain from building some form of activities, you do it. Once it's gone, it's over. I mean, the momentum is past, right? And then, for example, the investments in prevention, preparedness, once again, unfortunately go to the back of everyone's mind. So it's political willingness, but also our nature, because if you are not being exposed to risk right here, right now, I mean, we don't think about it individually as well. So I would combine those two. Going back to your point, I think this is it's a very valuable point. It's about the risk awareness, the general population preparedness. This is also part of the efforts we would like to stimulate as part of the second disaster resilience goal, prepare, which is exactly focused on that, on crisis communication, risk awareness, population preparedness, where we want to support activities that are happening on the national, local, and regional levels, because this is where the primary responsibilities are. Because if we design a wonderful campaign in Brussels, it's going to be meaningless for the local communities, because we don't know in detail. I mean, it's literally impossible to design a campaign that is going to work for every single target group across the EU. That's why we have to do it together. We can support the process from the EU perspective, also by showing the good examples. Colleagues in Sweden, MSB, have developed an amazing crisis preparedness campaign where everyone is feeling part of the crisis preparedness, exactly what you were talking about. The Italian Civil Protection is organizing a campaign, Io non rischio, which is also very well perceived by the society, where the also idea of volunteering in civil protection is common. And perhaps there are more and more examples like that that we might not yet know of, that are worth sharing, worth learning from. So that's the idea of the Prepare EU. Once it's launched, that perhaps will support your efforts, including here in Poland, but also in any other country that is interested in running those activities. Back to SMEs, I guess. I think this is, again, a primary responsibility of the national authorities, of course, because from our perspective, as we see it, I mean, of course, we have ideas how to engage with private sector, but because of our supporting competence in the area of civil protection specifically, because that's my area of expertise, I would not dare to go elsewhere, we're dependent on the relationship that private sector has with the national authorities in respective countries. And I know that practice differs. If you go to Sweden, the public-private partnership is a fundamental element of functioning of the system. But if you go to other countries, it's perhaps a little bit different because of the sensitivity involved, because of the legal responsibilities involved. But nevertheless, I believe, and I'm sure the colleagues will share it, that the private sector, SMEs, bigger companies as well, have a role to play in disaster risk management, in building societal resilience as well.
Thank you. It's a difficult question, Monica, to answer what is missing, because I think none of our organizations would be here if we had found the solution, and none of us would be here talking about this. But I think to summarize, many thoughts came to mind. I just tried to prioritize the best one, but I think the notion of culture of risk is one which we've been trying to integrate. But that trickles on to two things which are also missing. One is time. One has to be patient. I think Artur's point about prevention being an investment and not a cost is important, but the return on investment is not necessarily immediate. It can be over time. And so patience is needed, but unfortunately we don't have time if you take, for example, climate extremes. So I'm packaging many things missing here, but I think ultimately going back to the local actions and the examples quoted of local authorities not intervening in the right places, or national authorities not having taken right decisions at certain times. I think this culture of risk is not limited to the individual and the citizen. It is limited to the individual and the citizen of a person who may be a mayor, a government representative, but also a father or mother, a family member, or even a child. And I think that is something which is still missing and we're all trying to work on. Unfortunately, some of us work from Geneva, New York, Brussels, Paris. We try and create the space, but I think we need this whole of society and these discussions everywhere. If we could, we'd be at all these different conversations taking place, and we'd hope to see as many local representatives in these discussions. As part of my day-to-day work, we work with cities on the Making Cities Resilient 2030 initiative. And I have to say it's an extremely enriching space to discuss, because there you speak to people who are directly on the front line of what is happening at a very local level, that have a direct accountability to their citizens. We all do, but they particularly are very much on the front line there. And I think the messages are very powerful and emotional. I think we need to find a way collectively to relay those messages. And I think these examples we've heard need to also show the light. I think communication is important. On SMEs, I don't have much to say beyond the fact that I think it goes back to involving the right actors around the table. I don't know if, for example, the National Chamber of Commerce of Poland is present with us today or not, or if they are involved in the conversations with the Government Center for Security, because we've seen examples where, for example, in Serbia recently, we've picked up a conversation where the Ministry of Interior has also opened the door to talk to the Chamber of Commerce. And through them, we now have conversations with networks of SMEs who represent 90% of the economic ecosystem. And we're only very much at the starting place, but we see a major appetite from SMEs to see if their investments are risk-informed, how can they know a little bit better about the risk landscape. And you can tell that on climate risk, simplifying very much, but they are very much still a bit unaware of how that impacts their day-to-day life. And so I think the conversation there is important, but bringing the right, someone mentioned having a bit of a convening role. I think here, for example, the Chamber of Commerce could be a very good place to start, involving them in certain conversations. So yeah, just an element of experience we've had which has been beneficial. Thank you.
Last word.
Talking about the hindrance to resilience, I would say the biggest problem is us humans and our nature, because we have a tendency not to see things which we are not looking for. Even if it's in front of our eyes, if we don't know that we look for this, we won't see. In my previous professional life, for many years, I worked with human trafficking issues. And then whenever I told to somebody who is not from this field that I work with helping victims of trafficking, the first response was like, oh, does such exist? Yeah, probably in some poor countries. And I'm like, it exists in your neighborhood. It exists everywhere. But people do not see it because they don't know that they need to pay attention. And the same is with resilience. The only thing we can do, it's a process. We will never be able to say that we are resilient. There will be always people who will ignore, who will not hear. But what we can do, we can constantly raise awareness, train, inform, using the right channels of communication. As you mentioned, children will not read articles, or maybe older people will not use fancy apps. So we need to invest into the right channels and constant repetition and constant information, because we forget. And this is what governments don't want to do. They don't want to invest in prevention, because you cannot see immediately results. You cannot say, oh, I invested this amount and this is like the result. So to change, how to change the mindset of decision makers, that it's actually cheaper and long-term, will bring much better results than focusing on response. So unfortunately, I think this is the process we will be going through forever. And when it comes to involving and working with businesses, I think businesses is an equal partner as government, local authorities. Business is a very important player, but I admit for us, we very much want to engage more with businesses, but the problem is how to find incentives for businesses to get involved. As one businessman told me, like, if you show me a paper, if you use a stapler on the paper, it means there are more than 2 papers. We're not reading this. We don't, our time is money. We don't have time for all these reports. You need to show me how I benefit, and then I will like listen to you. So it's 2 ways how to find these incentives, how to find this, how to cooperate better. But without businesses, of course, we cannot talk about resilient society. So we really need to improve our cooperation. It's a kind of little bit painful subject for us, because we would like to work much more with businesses, and we don't know the right approaches maybe how to reach them.
Nestor?
I think I'll bundle the 2 questions into one. And I think through the work that we've been doing on governance, I think there's something that lies at the heart of the 2 questions, which is an issue of responsibility and accountability. Those responsible for the small businesses have to understand that their responsibility includes action on resilience. Those responsible for policies about small businesses, those responsible for policies about investments, have to understand that their responsibility includes policies about resilience of small businesses as well. And each actor has to understand that that level of responsibility is embedded in their own sphere of influence. And then we have to have ways and mechanisms to make people accountable for the things they're responsible for, from the citizen all the way to the head of state.
Thank you very much. I need to break our discussion. I would like to discuss next hours, because really you make my day, as always, but it's lunchtime, so I invite you for a break. I will meet at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. It was excellent. Thank you, and see you soon.
So ladies and gentlemen, can we find our seats, please, so we can continue? I suggest that we start up again. Hope you had a nice lunch, that you won't fall asleep for the next couple of hours. Stay awake. Now we have kind of set the scene for what we want to do with this conference. We've heard about, the overall global and international frameworks for disaster prevention, heard about all hazards approach and whole of society approach and all of that. But we would also like to emphasize that part of this, the purpose of this conference is also to promote the EEA Norway grants. Some of you know about them. You heard also the Consul talked about it earlier this morning. I would just like to say that there are currently 14 beneficiary countries in Europe. And of course, this will be probably most interesting for you. But the EEA grants and Norway grants scheme is also open for project participants from other countries and international organizations and so on. So if you should at some point decide that maybe this is something interesting for you to look at, then there are opportunities to do that. But we would like to share some experiences from our Zdrojewska to the floor. So, Magdalena, please.
Dag, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Dear distinguished guests, participants on the International Conference on Innovation in Disaster Prevention. As Dag said, my name is Magdalena Zdrojewska. I work in Ministry of Interior, Republic of Poland. We are a program operator for Home Affairs. And disaster prevention and preparedness is actually one of program area which is implemented under this program, which is at disposal of Minister of Interior. I have in the front of me, in my hand, conference program. And what I see that we start at 8, at 9 in the morning, and we finish at 5, 4, 1 afternoon. I'm glad that organizers, DSB and RCB, decided to dedicate this one panel to EEA and Norway grants. I'm more than grateful that I have a chance to present you some basic information about the program, about the grants, also about the possibilities that Norway grants actually can give you, can give to stakeholders which are involved in this program area, in disaster prevention and preparedness. Dear colleagues, as at the beginning of our conference, Mr. Mikołajski said, the main objective of Norway grants and EEA funds is to contribute to the reduction of economic and social disparities within the EEA and to strengthen bilateral relations between the donor states and the beneficiary state. Dear colleagues, the EEA financial mechanism and the Norway grants are a form of non-repayable foreign aid granted by Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein to new EU members. These funds are related to Poland's accession to the European Union and with the simultaneous entry of Poland to the European Economic Area. In return for the financial assistance provided, the donor countries enjoy access to the European Union's internal market, even though they are not its members. Currently, we have the third edition of Norway grants. It covers the years 2014-2021. The first edition was 2004-2009, and the second 2009-2014. So you can see that Norway grants are present in Poland for quite a long period of time. In the current edition, among all European Union countries that receive support from the source, Poland received the largest amount of funds, and it also was mentioned at the beginning of the conference. And these funds are allocated to 13 programs managed by 11 program operators. I think, am I right, but I know that here in the audience, also the representative of Ministry of Regional Fund and Development is present, and we checked, yes, it's 13 program operators that actually implement their ideas under the Norway grants. So it's quite of elite group, I must say. So Ministry of Interior is also grateful to have a chance to be a member of this elite group. And Ministry was the program operator in the first edition, in the second edition, and in the third edition. So in my modest opinion, I think it's the great proof that the area of safety and security, the area of strengthening the cooperation, bilateral cooperation between our law enforcement services is an important issue for both sides, for Norway and for Poland. Because we need to remember that actually the bilateral cooperation between our states is the key of Norway grants. And in current edition, in the ministry, we have three program areas. It's asylum and migration, it's international police cooperation and fight against crime, and mentioned by Dag several times, disaster prevention and preparedness. So you see that the program is quite wide. So what we do in the ministry, we supervise many projects from different program areas, run by different beneficiaries. We say project promoters. So we have law enforcement services, which are subordinated by the Ministry of Interior, but not only. We have also different public entities. For example, Internal Security Agency that implement very big project under the program within Norway grants. We have also RCB, so Government Center for Security. We have international organizations as our beneficiaries. I mean, for example, International Organization for Migration and also ICMPD. Very important, we have non-governmental organizations also, and they are active mainly in the area asylum and migration. And this asylum and migration area need to be complemented with asylum, migration and integration fund, which is implemented in Poland under European Commission. And this area, international police cooperation, need to be complemented to ISF run by European Commission. So our work is quite complex. And the umbrella of minister is also quite wide. In the program, these projects that I mentioned, which are implemented by different stakeholders, are very different. We have a project for 7.2 million euros. But we have a project for 220,000 euros. The scope, the merit, the time frame is very, very different. And our task is actually to take a very close look at all these projects and to check if the priorities are implemented within the project. We check if the projects are implemented within the regulations, and that the bilateral cooperation is still there. So we have partners from Norway, different entities also. We have university from Oslo. We have many police units from Norway. It's Kripos. We have also, I think, ID Center within our project partners. Of course, Norwegian Directorate for Civil Protection is our donor program partner, but also our partner in one of the project. And then we have FFE, and in English it's National Defense Research Center, yes. So quite different and quite wide umbrella. We supervise, maybe rather, implementation of projects which are chosen as well in open call procedures. as in bilateral negotiations between setting the assumption of the program. We call them predefined projects. And besides that, we have a special fund. It's called Bilateral Fund. And this fund is dedicated strictly to bilateral cooperation, to develop, to enhance the bilateral cooperation. And within this fund, there's an initiative run by Polish police and Norwegian police, and it's devoted to road safety. And that's it. But besides that program, program operator can always ask for extra money, for extra initiatives. And this initiative, this conference that we are here together, the initiative, the conference run by RCB and DSB, is a great example of an extra initiative that was proposed by one of the entity, that was discussed in detail between organizers, that was successfully accepted by joint committee, and joint committee is the body, the body who is composed, that is composed actually from Norwegian and Polish entities, and give the agreement that, okay, this initiative is good, it will be valuable, it will be a great chance to develop the bilateral relations. So let's look at the past, dear colleagues, because it's not so easy. It's not that we ask for money and we receive them. And here, the lady from the Council for Baltic States, Baltic Sea States said that great ideas are great, but what is needed is financing. So there is an opportunity to finance these great ideas. I remember January 2020, when we met in Oslo. Program operator, so Ministry of Interior with Dag and Torill. And then we had a chance to listen to a great presentation of Dag. And you said then that we have an idea to organize this conference. Are you Poland? You will be interested in that? And we said, yes, we will be interested, but we need to find a good counterpart for you. And then we come back to Warsaw. We check who is the focal point for Sendai framework. And then the cooperation between ministry and RCB was established. The RCB was very open for this conference, for this idea, and I know that your discussion, your negotiations were quite smooth. And after 2 years of your work, joint committee decided to finance this conference. And in August last year, we signed an agreement, a project agreement, and today we are here. As you said, Dag, at the beginning of the conference, finally, we are here. And what we are doing here is actually what Mr. Santamaria said, transfer knowledge into action. My dear colleagues, I think for now, it's everything from me. If you have some question, you will probably ask. I wish that the conference will be a very great event, that you will have a chance, opportunities to discuss everything, challenges, opportunities, and solution. And also that organizers and program operator will feel some kind of satisfaction about after this hard work that actually was undertaken for the last 3 years. Yes, 3 years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Magdalena. You heard Magdalena saying both EEA grants and Norway grants, and maybe this is a bit confusing because there are actually two different types of schemes, as you can see. One, well, here it says Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway grants, and then it says Norway grants. But you know, in practice, it's the same. They follow the same routines and same standards and same types of programs and so on. It's just that among these 3 donor countries, Norway contributes more than the others. So, well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs decided, well, we want to have our own stamp on one part of this. So that's why we also had Norway grants in addition to the EEA grants. And EEA is the abbreviation for the European Economic Cooperation Area. So it's a kind of agreement that we have with the EU. So the funding here is actually kind of our membership fee to the EU without being a member. So that's roughly the background for that. I promised you some examples, especially within the topic of disaster prevention and preparedness. So I would like to introduce my colleague Torill Tandberg from the Norwegian Ministry, from the Norwegian Directorate for Civil Protection. Torill, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dag Olav. Working for you. You're my boss, so thank you for that. So Torill Tandberg is my name. I'm happy to be here with you and give some examples or some practical example of a project that is ongoing. And I also think, as Magdalena said, it's good that we can have this conference, and it's been such a pleasure for us to work with our Polish colleagues preparing this. So if you can give me the next slide. Oh, no, I have it here. Sorry. Yeah, this has been said already, and now you see it in written form. And the EA grant, or Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, contributing to reducing the economic, social disparities in Europe and to strengthen bilateral relations. And the budget for the period 2014 to 2021 is 2.8 billion euros. And for you being member of EU, European Union, you know that your funds, structural funds, regional funds, this is not much money in comparison with what is available under the EU, under also the next EU next generation funds. But this is, as has been said earlier, it can contribute to areas that is not being covered by the European Union's funds. So that is important for us to say. And it's, as has also been said, it's an important part of the Norwegian Europe politics, because we are not a member of the European Union, but we are so dependent on relations with European countries, trade, social things, social affairs, so all, we are in Europe. So that is why these funds are so important for our government. And how to spend these funds? Thank you. Okay. Thanks a lot. And now I got a reminder that also welcome to all the online participants to this conference. I hope you can hear me well. And how we should spend these funds. And as you see, working together is one of the slogans, together for a green, competitive and inclusive Europe. That is the kind of overarching sentence and goal for this work. And negotiations are being done between the three countries and the European Commission, and then they start what should the content be, how the size of the fundings, and then which countries are to be included in this. And in the ongoing period, which is, it's not over yet, 2014 to 2021, there are 5 priority sectors, as you can see. And so it's innovation, research and competitiveness, it's social inclusion, youth employment and poverty reduction, environment, energy and climate change, and low carbon economy is also an important area, together with culture, civil society, good governance and fundamental rights and freedom, and then justice and home affairs. And within these 5 priority sectors, there are 23 programs that are described in more detail. I will come back to the program area, which is called Disaster Prevention and Preparedness, in a few seconds. And this map is to show the countries, the beneficiary countries, and the end of this period is set to be the 30th of April 2024. So, and at the end I will say a few words on the, will there be a next period? We don't know yet. So, so the program area number 23 is actually a new program area for this ongoing period. that was suggested by the Minister of Justice and Public Security, which they are our head ministry in Norway. We do not have a Minister of Interior in our country, but they are taking care of those things. And together with the Minister of Justice and Public Security and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we suggested to include a new program area in this period, because we saw climate change, climate adaptation. That was we were engaged with that in the previous period, but we saw that was for us was too much environment, so to speak, and we needed to go into what are the consequences of the climate change when it comes to civil protection and to the topics that are covered in the Sendai framework and the previous Hyogo framework. So in this description of the program area, you see the main objective at that time. I think we were quite early to say that it's improved disaster resilience, and that was back in 2000 and I think it was 17, yeah. And we also describe which kind of areas should be supported. This is about risk and vulnerability, and competence and capacity, and also prevention and reduction of, I cannot read it, existing and new risks. And also disaster crisis and resilience at all levels and in all sectors. So this is something we kind of hard for us to try to involve our organization, because, as has been said already, this is also about bilateral cooperation between our country and European countries. And in this description, we can also see different suggested measures, and they are only suggested measures, but I will show you that we have some projects ongoing that fits with this description. And before this, we started our period, because we, in the DSB, we are a donor program partner, which means that in Poland we have cooperation committees meetings with Magdalena and her staff, together with other donor program partners. And in addition, we are also donor project partners. Then we go into more specific projects that we are interested in, or we have other organization in our country that can be project partners. And just to show you, in Poland, it was mentioned by Magdalena that there is now a project ongoing, which is about strengthening CBRNE safety and security, coordination and standardization. And this is quite huge project, 7.25 million euros. And actually the initiative was started back in 2017, where the representatives from Poland, the Internal Security Agency, they contacted the Norwegian Minister of Justice and Public Security and the Minister of Defense to ask, are we interested to take part in a bilateral initiative with them? And we said, yeah, we can do that. And then we started to have connections with them. We visited Warsaw and the training centers for the, ABW, the Internal Security Agency in Poland, and they visited us. And we ended up in maybe this could be, we could continue and having a predefined project for the next period. So that was a kind of a start of this work. And in this large project, just to show you, it's quite detailed. There are 12 work packages, which is about CBRNE incident response systems. It's about CBRNE threats warning system. It's about innovative training platforms. It's about the use of RPAS, also drones, in CBR threats response. So we have a Norwegian company with us, TyPoint. He will have a presentation tomorrow on the use of drones and 3D mapping and so forth. And also innovative detection system for also biological agents, and threats resulting from available receipts for CBRN agents in open sources. That could be of interest for many. And developing guidelines for dealing with victims at CBRNE event site. And forensic is one work package. And performing functional tests of equipment, personal equipment, protective equipment and devices, and conducting training, and also establish and development of the Polish CBRNE cluster. And in this project, there are 2 project partners from Norway, DSB, and the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment, and there are 9 other partners in Poland. And maybe some of you are here. I think I will mention them just to show you how the variety of this. It's the Institute of Immunology and Experimental, which is the Polish Academy of Science. It's the Institute of Optoelectronics at the Military University of Technology. It's the Jagiellonian University, the Medical College. It's the National Atomic Energy Agency. It's the Government Center for Security, the Main School of Fire Services, the Cybernetic Faculty of the Military University of Technology, the Ministry of Health, and the University of Lodz. Is that the right pronounced, Lodz? So it's both from civil and military side, and this is something we in our country also see, that the civil-military cooperation is quite it's important in this area, and it's becoming more and more important. So this is we are engaged in one package which is about the use of RPAS in CBRNE, and as you can see, you can see this picture here. No, you see a lonely guy standing there. I think that is our colleague Nicolas Newhouse. This is on Svalbard, Spitsbergen, testing drones in demanding condition. Minus 25-degree wind, very cold, and we had partners from Poland with us. And we also visited the Telenor. They have their department on Spitsbergen, Svalbard. It's very important for this Arctic area, and we also did some testing of drones in Norway, Tønsberg, where we have that's in an area where a previous refinery was. So we could use drones that test out, and we will hear more from a little bit on that tomorrow. But I think it's to connect people from countries and not at least learn from each other, because this technology, I'm working with process safety in industry. That is my background. But to see how fast this technology is going is quite impressive. And I think during this conference we will hear even more about this geographic information system, which is, that is very impressive how this development is going on. And to mention, in Romania we are also donor program partner in Romania for the same program area, and in Romania there was an interest from the Romanian authorities to look closer into urban search and rescue. You know, they are in that country, earthquake. They are waiting for the next large earthquake that will hit Bucharest. And so in this project we are also a partner, and the same as we are doing in the CBRNE project, we try also to engage responders and other organizations in our country. We do the same in this project in Romania. And the main task, this is the General Inspectorate for Emergency Situation in Romania, is the project promoter, and the Romanian Gendarmerie is also a partner in this project. And it's both urban search and rescue, and then it's also search for unexplosive devices. And just to show you, a couple of weeks ago we had a meeting in Bucharest, and one topic or one shall I say outcome in Romania is to build a training center for urban search and rescue. And I was like, oh, this is not a nice house for several million euros, but it is a very good house. This is it's approximately 98% finished, and you will see this will make it available for the Romanian urban search and rescue, for having quite good training facilities. And you see there from one of the picture, they can change the concrete, and they can actually have many from the emergency responders trained through this center. And in addition to this, there is being made training curricula for urban search and rescue. So we are happy that we can engage our fire and rescue services from Oslo, from Bergen, from the area near where we had the quick landslide, and from Trondheim, the largest cities, because we do not have, like in Romania, they have heavy user team, which is a part of the civil protection pool in the EU. We do not have any like that. We have fire brigades that have the competence, but we do not have any certified certification on the user, and we are learning a lot, and we definitely do not have a training center like that. So our, what shall I say, back thought, what we want to achieve in this project is that we can send people from our country to train in this facility. That is something we really want to do. So I need to say that these grants you mentioned from the DG ECHO, you have grants for exercises, for building large capacities. These grants are not meant for that, but for different preparedness activities. They are quite crucial. So we hope that this is something we can develop more in the future. And we are also a program, donor program partner in Romania, but that is not, in Slovakia, sorry. That is under the climate change adaptation program. So we have a minor role in this country. And I will not say so much about that, but the last one, the country we have an engagement in is in Portugal. And there are two. You will see from the amount of the funds that they are not that big as in Poland and Romania, but we are working on a national roadmap for climate adaptation in Romania and in Portugal, and also a prevention of flooding and drought and wildfires. That is connections we have with Portugal. And what do we learn? And I think it's important for me to say in this audience that this is learning not only for the beneficiary countries. This is indeed much learning for us in Norway. In participating in projects from various stakeholders, we can try to have these transformations of ideas and not at least the knowledge, sharing experience, and increasing our own competence, and not at least to see about the cross-border learning. And this is something yeah, we cannot be alone in our country. We need to learn from others. We need to train with others, and building bilateral relation is a key for us in this work. And then I will finalize my presentation of Dag Olav. So what? What's next? And well, I do not have the answer, and I know that our Minister for Foreign Affairs and it has not been said that the EEA Norway grant, they are kind of administrated by something which is called the Financial Mechanism Office in Brussels. So they are checking that we are doing what we we have an obligation to do, and the beneficiary countries are doing what about their obligations, and they follow up that we are spending the money in a correct way, like the Commission do when we sometimes get funds from you as well. And so no one will say, now we cannot say anything. Will it be next period? We hope. I can say we hope because we are not dealing with the negotiation, because the negotiation has started. We don't know how far they have come, and so there will be negotiation on one, will there be a next period? We hope. What will the size of the new funds be? That is negotiation, and what kind of topics will it cover, and which countries will benefit from it. So that is and we don't know when it will end. We know that the leader of the negotiation commission is the ambassadors in Brussels, and I know that the ambassador from Norway to Poland, he is going to move to Brussels to take over that position to be the ambassador for the Norwegian mission in Brussels. So by June or July, I'm not sure. So, but our intention is, we have given quite a strong signal to our own ministry and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs that we want the PA23 to be continued, and we, because we see that crisis after crisis has struck our continent, and the next crisis will be a different crisis, but will be still a challenge for us. So we hope that we can be in a position that we can shape new projects and have new bilateral relations with our colleagues in the beneficiary states of the EEA Norway grant. So, thank you.
Thank you, Torill. I think we can say that so far all the indications we have heard point to the direction that this program, Area Disaster Prevention and Preparedness, will continue in one way or another. I have a few questions for you, and I will also open the floor for questions. I would like to ask first Magdalena, because now we've heard about the EEA grants, what this is, some possibilities, some examples, and so on, and maybe someone in the audience or online are now a bit curious, okay, there might be some opportunities here, but what should we do? So what would you say? Who should they contact, or what would be, in your view, a good way to proceed?
Thank you, Dag. I'm ready for answering. Before that, maybe, I will just add a little useful information, because Torill, you said that the current perspective, the current edition, will be finished end of April 2024. It's true. Just, dear guests, remember that we have always this bilateral fund that I was mentioning, and then the financial period is a little bit longer. It's 2025, the end of 2025. So there is a little more time than 1 year to make some kind of initiative, bilateral initiative, that can be run under Norway grants. And I imagine there is one entity in Poland and would like to implement something. And this entity should contact program operator, so Ministry of Interior. And then we will proceed the initiative further. I said it's not so easy, it's not automatic that you have initiative and it will be implemented. But if you don't try, you don't know. But okay, maybe there is entity from another country and the country does not have home affairs program, or maybe does not have this disaster prevention and preparedness program area. We heard actually that it's Poland and Romania only, yes, that the PA23 is implemented there. So my recommendation, my strong recommendation would be contact your national focal point, because in each country where the Norway grants, EEA grants funds are implemented, there should be national focal point, the institution which actually coordinates the implementation of the current edition. As I mentioned, in Poland, it's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. Is it enough, Dag? Would you like me to say something more about this? But this is like our ministry, in Poland it's Ministry of Interior, or national focal point. And then the information should be given to you. Okay?
I assume that information on who the contacts there will be, who would be the national focal point and so on, is available on the website for the EEA grants.
Yep, exactly. Because of course in each country it can be different ministry, it can be different entity. But usually it's one of the ministry. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you. And Torill, you showed the budget numbers, and you explained, that compared with what we see from the EU, this is quite limited. But could you say a little bit about, how does this fit with work already carried out in the EU?
Yes, thank you. And I think what you mentioned, we mentioned that within the EU you have this Union of Civil Protection Mechanism, which is also doing handling a lot of requests for response when crises strike, either in Europe or without Europe. These funds are not meant for that. These funds are, I think we can say, strictly to prevention and preparedness. And what was said by yourself earlier this morning is that what is prevention and when is it going over to be preparedness? This is a balance. So I think those two examples that I mentioned, they are typical example of projects that could be funded by these funds. And I will also say what we haven't done in this period is it was mentioned by Vineta from the Council of the Baltic Sea States that the most important work on prevention or preparedness as well is at the regional local level. So I think we also want to try to, could be in the next period, if it comes, also engage municipalities or region in the different countries to meet and to be together in projects. That is something we like to do. Thank you.
And Torill, since you mentioned the Baltic Sea, what are the possibilities for cooperation across borders between countries under this scheme? Could you say a little bit about that, perhaps? Or maybe Magdalena, if you'd like.
We will try to answer the question, I hope together. The cooperation between countries, we have some great examples of this kind of cooperation in our program. Our project promoter, Border Guard, I think, they cooperate with similar services from Lithuania and Ukraine. And how to establish this kind of cooperation? It was quite easy. I mean, if there are two entities that want to work together, and we know it takes two to tango, they just set up, they discuss, there is this kind of letter of intention that need to be provided to our donor program partners and the financial mechanism office. So there is sort of guarantee that these two countries will cooperate actually in the future. And then the division of task is set, and foreign country can be a normal partner, yep, for project promoter. So Lithuania, I said Ukraine, also different countries that can be partners or participants, because this is the other actually role that can be implemented under the project. So or partner, and then you divide tasks, you divide budget, or participants. Then you just actually cooperate, but it's rather pro publico bono, this kind of. Yep.
Yes. And I think, I will not spread rumors, but I heard that in the next period, if there will be, they will try to make it easier also for international organizations to be partner in projects. Is that, or participants in projects? I'm not sure. I think that has been discussed.
This is interesting, actually, what you mentioned, because I remember in the previous edition, we have international organization as a project promoter even. But it was done at the stage of negotiations. Then I remember we have a discussion with Council of Europe, and during this edition they said that they would rather not to, I mean, for Poland, not to play the role of project promoter because of the work that actually was there, and they were not, I mean, there were no capacity in Council of Europe. But I remember that the project was quite successful. And I think it would be a good idea to involve international organization as a project promoter, or maybe this at the level of program. And one more thing, because Dag, you asked about involvement of foreign partners. I said partners, participants, and of course for our project promoters it's quite common that they cooperate in other countries and organize some study visits. Yes, so actually the transfer of knowledge is there, and I think it's even one of our key results in the framework results. So this is the issue that that is actually required to transfer the knowledge, not to do a project just in Poland, in our, I don't know, Polish headquarters, and to be close in the office and then let's do some project. It's not the issue. When you want to implement something under Norway grants, you need to be very open for cooperation, international, interregional, and this is actually the crucial thing when we talk, I mean, in my opinion, when we talk about Norway grants, and it's sort of the way that you can gain some kind of success in this project, yes, this cooperation, international. Okay.
Thank you. I have one more question for you, Magdalena, because you mentioned in your presentation, you know, you have different types of projects and different types of activities of various sizes and so on. So could you say a little bit about, you know, how do you ensure that you benefit the most from this cooperation, and how do you work with some kind of strategy, or how does this system, how do you manage this whole system to ensure that you get the most out of the funding in Poland?
Okay, I will try to answer, and then if you will not be satisfied with the answer, you will just make the question more concrete, more in detail. So when we supervise of these projects, I said, I mean, it doesn't matter, it's for 7 million euros or 200,000 euros. I mean, we need to follow the same regulation, and the Norway grants regulation are quite strict. This I must admit. It's such a big book. So this is what we have to do every day to monitor the project and to check if the regulations are implemented in each of this project. So we need to take a really close look. So we need to make some kind of controls. We need to make some kind of monitoring. We need, what you said, how we check if the results are there. What we do, we also run some kind of surveys before, I mean, project start, and then after. So we ask our beneficiaries, our project promoters, to make sort of self-assessment. And then FMO, Financial Mechanism Office is very helpful, because there are people who know their work, and they can help us with preparing the surveys, with preparing the results framework. So what we need to do is
actually the monitoring of the progress in each project. And then, of course, at the stage of negotiations, we decided, Poland and Norway, Ministry and DSB, and Ministry of Justice, Norwegian Ministry of Justice, what will be the final results of the program. And our obligation is to do everything to fulfill these results, these outcomes. So, of course, at the beginning, it's quite difficult. In 2017, you need to foresee what kind of results you will have in 2023. It's, it's not a piece of cake, but we try to do our best. And, of course, these results can be updated also. And at the end, yes, we check if the results that we assume in 2017 are there. So, constant monitoring. Constant cooperation with project promoters and donor program partners. We have these cooperation committees. We could see one photo from the committee in Oslo that we were there. So the close cooperation, yep. Do I answer your question, or you had some,
yes, So in short, this is not, as in EU, you have open calls, you apply, you send in an application, and after some months you get a reply, you get funding or you don't get funding.
No.
This is a bit more negotiations and discussions and meetings with you.
Sure.
Of course, there are open calls under some of the programs, but not necessarily under all, but basically it requires that you need to contact the national focal point or the program operator and then have meetings and discussions and back and forth.
Mm-hmm. It's not such very, it's not so complicated maybe, but it's not, as I said, a piece of cake. Actually, the structure of Norway grants, it's quite specific, it's quite concrete, and you need to fulfill. So you need to ask, for example, me as a program operator, when we want to do something new, we need to ask our donor program partners, DSB, will you be happy with this kind of initiative? And the way back also, yes? It's not like the open thing that everybody who would like to implement a project can apply and will get funding. It's not so easy, but it's possible.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? Yes.
Hello. Thank you very much for sharing this. As I said when I spoke, we have cooperated in one of the areas, not with DSB sadly, but on the crime prevention side, and we found the experience really enriching. But my question is about the overarching kind of value framework that underpins the cooperation, because you all three mentioned that it is about reducing disparities, and it's about kind of promoting inclusivity and promoting bilateral relations. But are there specific sort of values or specific kind of criteria that you try to embed across all grants as kind of cross-cutting dimensions? Say, for instance, a gender-inclusive perspective, or a age-inclusive perspective, or sort of, is there a specific sort of set of overarching value-based criteria that you try to include as a kind of set of minimum requirements?
Torill, I have something in my head. I think I remember quite well, but if not, you will tell me. For this edition, for this perspective, there are this kind of values. I mean, it's sort of vision that is under the Norway grants, and is to make Europe inclusive, green, and competitive. And this is what I remember. Yep, green, competitive, and inclusive. Yep.
And I guess my follow-up question is, when thinking about the potential future iteration, are you including any conversation about making Europe resilient as part of the next kind of set of core values at the heart of the grant system?
Definitely, and this is what we. I can share with you some secrets. When we discussed that with the Minister of Justice and Public Security and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that this is so important, because in having a resilient Europe, having to show what we can what can we contribute to resilient countries in Europe is so important, because many of these countries are also NATO member states and NATO allies, sorry, and also members of the OECD. So we share all the same values. So the goal is how can we spend these funds in the best possible way for this as well. And then but it needs to be in, I would say, concrete, specific projects. And my wish and dream for this conference is that maybe there are we see some gaps, we see some initiatives that can fit into the next period, or maybe someone can start already now with a bilateral initiative to look into. So that is to start with us, yeah. And we have some. We will try. Thank you.
I believe we have time for one last question.
Thank you. I noted myself a few questions on the way, but it looks like Dag has asked them and you already answered them. So just two very short points. First, thank you very much for the presentations, and I think it's very important to share the results of those projects and the fact that they are happening beyond the immediate actors involved in their implementation, because I think it's the transferability of those results of this collaboration to the entire EU or Europe dimension. I think it's extremely important. Exactly, or even wider. Sorry, I'm Eurocentric. On Europe Day, it's kind of obvious connection there, but it's true, it's even wider than that. So I think I'll be more than happy to learn more about the specificity of the projects that you implemented in the Area 23, so that we also, from the ECHO perspective, from the European Commission perspective, are also able to pick up the elements that we can share with across the entire mechanism, because perhaps there's something valuable to share with the others. One clarifying point perhaps, because you used the terms project partner, project participant. I didn't quite get what's the difference there. And I'm sure there's some very nuanced...
I'm not surprised. It took me some time to understand the difference. I mean, it's just sort of methodology, yes, the terminology actually. We decided that when we talk about, when we have the situation that there are different entities involved in project, and there is the situation that the budget is sharing, then we say, okay, we have project partners. And when we have the situation that there are interests on both sides to implement some project, but one entity say, okay, I do it without any budget, then we call this entity project participant. Simple as that. Huh? Simple as that. You said that you would be interested in knowing something more about the results of projects. I can tell you that each program operator at the very end of edition has an obligation to prepare to organize closing conference. And at this kind of conference, we present usually the chosen projects. So I think it could be a good opportunity for you, for example, to be a part of this kind of conference and then to know something more. Yep, for example.
If I might just add before we end here, even during when the projects are are running, there are also meetings and seminars, conferences, and I know that in the CBRNE project, our Polish partners they will look into what is really going on around Europe in science, what's the state of the art. So I think they will be arranging a conference or seminar on that. So where participants from many other European countries will be invited, and I just think what you said, this dissemination is so important, because this is also what said by the Council of Baltic Sea States, that we need to know what we already have and what can be used. So yes.
Maybe one more thing, because Torill, you mentioned the CBRNE project, and dear guests, dear colleagues, I must tell you that actually the project now, the largest project in our program, the beginnings of the projects is very tiny little initiative that was run in the previous perspective. So I really encourage you to think about some initiatives that can be run in this edition, under this edition, in some countries that you are from.
Thank you, Magdalena and Torill, for sharing with us what the EEA grant is and some examples. And although we cannot say so much about the next program period, I think, you know, as was said, the signals we have got are quite positive when it comes to the continuation of the disaster prevention preparedness program. So if anyone in the audience finds this interesting or thinks that this is something to look at, just keep in mind Magdalena's advice to contact your program operator or national focal point for the EEA grants, and we'll take it from there. So thank you so much. And the program now says the presentation of conference background. It may sound a bit strange that we will now present the background for the conference, but the thing is we want this to be a bit more than just a conference. So there are some plans for the next days and also for sort of follow-up. So I would like to introduce from RCB Mr. Grzegorz Malachowski from the organizing committee. So the floor is yours.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also ask Ms. Torill Tandberg to join me, because it's a joint background. So the conference, Innovation in Disaster Prevention, Challenges, Solutions and Opportunities. So why are we here? Who do we see? We see a lot of experts, practitioners, scientists of crisis management, disaster prevention, who came here. Why? We are here to connect between donors, so Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, and beneficiary EEA and Norway grants countries. But not only. International organizations that could bring a lot of experience that would help us to deal with disasters and crises. Why connect? To improve disaster resilience, to increase knowledge on Sendai framework for DRR, promote cross-border learning, enhance mutual knowledge and understanding, share good practices, boost regional cooperation with Sendai framework for DRR, promote new technologies with disaster prevention and preparedness, and what Torill has said in previous panel, promote also EEA Norway's grants as tool that would help achieve us the previous points. Tools that improve our preparedness and resilience building for the future. That's why you have prepared conference paper, Innovation in Disaster Prevention, that puts out the justification and background of the conference, scopes and objectives, goals of the conference, gaps and challenges that we have identified, relations to midterm review and the roadmap for DRR, some examples on innovation in disaster prevention, as well as expected products that we would like to bring with our conference, and the case studies that we would like to ask you about the story.
Yeah, and the next, and then I will. When we planned this conference, we said that we need to know what is really going on. This, as I said, this technology is going so fast. We have space agencies, we have lots of companies that are in front of this development. There are satellites, microsatellites, I don't know what it is. So, and we really want to try to get an overview of what is going on out there. And since the OECD is here, I am working in the working party on chemical accident prevention, preparedness and response. And we always, as you said, we want to share what is going on in the countries. And last year we were working on NATEC, natural accident triggering technological accidents. And then we sent out a template. So I have stolen the template. I do it with, I steal with pride, they say, because we hope that when we are closing the conference on Thursday, that you have heard some examples of what is going on. We will have a report tomorrow from the CBK on different initiatives, and we need to have more example of initiatives that has been done in your countries to raise the awareness of the use of geoinformation system, which within the relevant public authorities, the industry, and how those solutions, how they can be of importance for disaster prevention and preparedness at regional and local level, but also, I think, in the response for disasters. It's important to have those kind of systems. So this is something it's easy to fill out, and one example for each. So you can send in many examples. So this is something we really hope that we can encourage, or that you will be encouraged during this conference to hear about. We have also one example. I will mention again the Tide Point company. If we will hear about that also tomorrow. And products from this conference. As a bureaucrat and working in an office, we will develop a document based on presentations, and with the discussions during the conference. There will be a report by end June 2023, because this is the deadline for the project, isn't it? So we need to Magdalena, we need to finalize the work by the end of June. And so we hope we can have this report on different uses of geoinformation, best practices, and also other gaps, and what kind of gaps and challenges can we identify during these days. And then we encourage that this regional and trans-border cooperation, and that this report can give inputs to project that is financed by EA Norway grant as well. It could start with small funds, and it could. I think I would say this CBRN project back in 2017 was 90,000 euros, and it ended up at 7.25 million euros. So I think this is a good business to engage in this grants. And we will also take this opportunity for the work we will do tomorrow, because now we have been sitting in this theater and listening, and some of you have asked questions. That's really good, and we hope that we can. This afternoon there will be reception, and we will talk more together. And tomorrow we will have three breakout groups. We have 3 different topics: climate change adaptation, energy transition, and early warning systems. And of course, all of you know that climate change adaptation is quite huge, so we need to narrow it. And if I go to my next here, we will try to. So when we are in these groups, we can choose ourselves. You can choose which group do you want to participate. So these groups shall discuss the scope of what they will dig into, give the status situation in countries, challenges, examples to share solutions and opportunities. And for each of the breakout groups, we will have a small introduction on what some current situation. For instance, for the energy transition, we will show what kind of types new energy are there. How can we meet those challenges from a perspective of disaster prevention and preparedness. And as we said, the breakout groups, we want you to find. There's a list. Is it by the reception?
Yes.
So you can.
Yes. So we encourage you to decide which breakout group you would like to participate. and ask you to do it during the coffee break that is coming soon or by the end of the day. The lists are by the reception. We have 3 groups with a limited number of places, so decided who will come first to join the group. Also, we encourage you to visit our conference webpage, where you can find the conference paper with the template for giving us some of your best practices that we would like to know and share among participants and also practitioners that are with us online. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions for Grzegorz or Torill? No, I don't see any, which means that we actually have... Oh, sorry, yes, one question. Do we have a microphone? Oh, help yourself.
Sorry, me again. I think you mentioned the case studies are about prevention and response. Do you envisage that people might also be able to contribute case studies on recovery and lessons learned as well? Cool. Thank you.
Well, they both nod and say, why not? So, yes. And should I say, well, it was used the word best practice. It doesn't have to be the best practice, as long as it's a good practice. Okay, I don't see any more hands, which means that we actually have quite a good time for a nice coffee break, and we'll be back here at 10 to 4. Thank you.
Good. So 3, 2, 1, start. I'm representing the Space Research Center, so I'm used to start on time. Good afternoon once again. And it's really my pleasure to introduce the next panel and the next discussion. But I think it's a very interesting continuation of what we have already heard and heard in presentations and discussion in the morning and during the day. It's clear that we are living in interesting times, but interesting means challenging, and these challenges are growing. So innovation might be an option. That's why we are calling this conference Innovation in Disaster Prevention. But innovation is not only and not just about finding and taking new solutions. It's about all difficulties which are related to this. It's not enough to have a working black box which provides you with something. It's about organizational culture, with the procedure, it's about know-how, it's about openness, it's about awareness. All these are the key factors to successfully adapt innovation. And I think we are starting to discuss these things. This afternoon and tomorrow are devoted to looking into innovation, but in this wide perspective, not technology by itself, but technology as a part of the ecosystem of things enabling real adoption of innovation. And maybe it's a kind of interesting observation also that for innovation it's much easier to be absorbed in the crisis management in its response part, because in the response part it's relatively easy. You need communication. You get a satellite communication, for example. Okay, it's innovation. It's very easy to use. It just works. For the prevention, for the risk assessment, for the understanding of problems, for mitigation, the process is not so obvious. Because we are not challenged with a situation which is now here and requires immediate action. It's about understanding what we can do. It's about identifying the optimal way of getting information, of what type of information we can get from innovative solutions, how to use it to identify risk, how to use it to mitigate the problems that you might be facing. And I think this is exactly what we'll be hearing from our participants in the discussion at this panel. Integrated risk assessment. And obviously risk mitigation. Let me start from introducing Mr. Josh Watson, representing the Housing and Communities Department for Leveling Up Housing and Communities, who will be joining us online. Hello, it's great to see you, unfortunately not welcome you physically, but we are quite keen to hear your perspective on those issues. So the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me nice and clearly. So my name is Josh Watson. I work for the Resilience and Recovery Directorate in the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities in the UK. I've worked in resilience for almost 5 years now and sort of supported on a range of responses, including COVID, and worked on quite a few sort of policy areas that relate to civil contingencies. The area that I'm working on at the moment is currently looking after our risk team in the Resilience and Recovery Directorate, which sort of specialises in understanding risk assessment at both a sort of national and a local level in England. So I think, yeah, the question of an integrated risk assessment is an interesting one. And I think today the best thing I can do is maybe take you through some of our approaches nationally, and then take you through some of the challenges, which is obviously the theme of today's session, with integrating our national risk assessment with the local risk assessments, and sort of engaging with our local partners around their local assessment of risks, sort of building on our national assessment. So I don't know how much all of you know about our approaches in the UK, but in the UK we produce a single national assessment of the most significant malicious and non-malicious risks the UK is facing. We produce this assessment in a sort of collected and integrated way that sort of draws on the experience of all the individual government departments that we have here in the UK. And nationally, this national assessment drives our risk management approach, and is an essential part of delivering on the UK's national security and civil contingencies objectives. So, for example, our national risk assessment underpins the work that our government departments do in relation to things like flooding or counter-terrorism, and helps to prioritise our overall approach to risk management. The assessment is updated every couple of years, although the UK is obviously looking at ways to make this into a sort of more dynamic assessment of risks that can be updated on less rigid timescales. The production of our national risk assessment is ultimately the responsibility of a different government department in the UK, so I probably can't talk too much about the unique challenges of coordinating an integrated assessment of the risks faced by the UK at a national level, though I'm certain there are some unique challenges to achieving that. But actually our sort of role as a department for local government is to take this national level assessment and use this to encourage hundreds of public sector organisations across England to use the latest edition of this assessment and consider any sort of relevant new risks, or ultimately embed any new changes that we may have made in the new version. So a good example of that is in the latest edition of our national risk assessment contained fairly substantial changes to our risk assessment methodologies, and these changes needed to be sort of understood and reflected by our local partners as best that they can. For those who may not know, England is divided into 38 separate local resilience forums areas. These local resilience forums are essentially partnerships made up of representatives from local public services such as emergency services, health authorities, utility companies, those sorts of things. And these agencies come together as a group to plan and prepare and respond to the potential local emergencies that could be faced by their area. And as you can imagine, there's sort of lots of legislation and guidance that sits behind the roles of local resilience forums in England, but to simplify it in terms of risk assessment, their role is to assess risks from time to time that could impact on the ability for local areas, could impact from time to time on the local areas that they are responsible for. It's probably worth saying there is no sort of set approach for these 38 areas. So we have a national assessment that needs to be interpreted sort of 38 different times, and sometimes in different ways across England, and sort of so it's fair to say I think there's several sort of key challenges to integrating a national assessment of risks at the local level, some of which I'm sure colleagues at this conference will be familiar with. But in short, I think the kind of key challenges that we faced integrating our national assessment at a local level has been, the first one has been translating national risks and creating local versions of these risk assessments that are relevant to the risks faced by local communities. The second challenge is kind of making sure that we have effective engagement with risk practitioners in local areas across England, and making sure that they understand the new national assessments when they come out, and then the process or the processes for sort of assessing risk more generally. And then the final sort of third challenge is around innovation and sort of sharing, which relates very much to the purpose of this conference, but also thinking about how we can share best practice across areas in England and reduce duplication of work and take advantage of certain innovations that are happening in certain areas across England. So it's quite an interesting challenge, I think. In terms of these challenges, I'll try and talk through them individually, and then hopefully I can kind of highlight some of the ways that we're sort of addressing these challenges, and maybe that'll be useful for colleagues today. So the first challenge is translating national risks to local areas, and this can be difficult for several reasons. First is the kind of the scale of the scenarios that are set out in our national assessment might not fit the particular geography or profile of a local area, and I'm sure this is a challenge that others have faced as well. But if, for example, you're a sort of more rural local resilience forum and you're looking at a national assessment of risks that's been, say, based on London or a particularly densely populated area, then you may need to sort of scale back the potential impacts of those risks. And then the other element of it is also the actual scale of impacts themselves may also need considering. So, for example, you might have a national risk which is, based on, thousands of houses flooding. So when you see an impact of sort of 50 houses flooding in a given area, you may not think that would result in a kind of high score on a national level, but at a local area it could be significantly challenging, and that needs to be sort of represented in the local assessments. So to address this gap in particular, we try to do quite a few things. The first thing that we do is we support the development of what we call local risk management guidance, which is a piece of guidance that's sent out to all of the 38 local resilience forums areas, and it's updated in line with any national risk assessments. And the whole purpose of this piece of guidance is to kind of provide local partners with a framework for assessing risks and supporting their kind of the development of their own sort of local risk assessments based on the geography and the challenges that they face at a local area. So it's a good piece of guidance, and it goes some way, I think, in sort of supporting the translation of national risks and sort of meeting that first challenge. I think there's some more things that we could do to support local partners with that, but I think it's a really good sort of solid first step in helping them understand the national assessment. The second challenge, which I talked about, was the challenge of effectively engaging with risk practitioners in local areas across England and making sure that they understand the new assessments and the processes, particularly when these change quite considerably from assessment to assessment. And one of the best ways that we found to do that is not necessarily through sort of written engagement, although that is really important. I think the best way we found to do that is to get local partners in a room together and to talk to them about these changes and to try and explain as effectively as we can what these changes are and how this might impact them. So the release of the latest national assessment of risk in the UK, we ran a series of workshops with colleagues, sort of divided the areas in the country into sort of 4 areas and did 4 sort of regional workshops to try and help people understand the latest assessment. And then, and that was, again, an effective piece of practice, I think, that was really, really good for just sort of helping support the rollout of the latest assessment. And then the final sort of challenge that I was talking about was the innovation and sort of this idea of sharing best practice across areas in England. And one of the things that we've done actually really recently is to set up a national, what we're calling a national LRF risk working group. But essentially what this is it's a sort of forum for the experts in each local resilience forum area, where they can kind of come together and sort of create a community of best practice and innovation. So the whole purpose of it really is for for local resilience forums who don't necessarily talk to each other, who aren't maybe necessarily based geographically close by to each other. It provides them with an opportunity to come together to kind of hear about what each other what the work is that they're doing in terms of risk in each different areas, and to try and learn from each other and to see what the different approaches are particularly with a particular focus on sort of risk assessment and risk management. And this was really, really good. We had one of these recently where, we had quite a lot of LRFs coming, or local resilience forums coming together and talking about how they sort of get through their risk assessments and talking about the different sort of ways that they capture their risk assessments locally, how they create kind of audit trails of, their risk assessments and bringing them together. And then the other thing they were talking about, which was of particular interest at the time, was this idea of capability and leading their risk assessments by using a kind of capability first approach, which was quite an interesting thing that came up there as well. So yeah, so I think they're the kind of they're the kind of three sort of main challenges that we faced, or we found that we faced, in terms of integrating the national assessment that comes out from our cabinet office into the local level. And I think, yeah, that's some of the ways in which we've started to sort of address those challenges. I think there's definitely more that we would like to do in this area, and I think obviously some of the things that have been discussed today and some of the innovations and ideas that will be raised as part of this forum would be really useful for us. But I think certainly from my perspective, I think the more that we can actively engage with local partners, the more that we can kind of bring our local resilience forum colleagues into a room together and kind of get them to talk to each other about, the risks that they face, or the kind of their own risk assessment processes, the better. And I think there's quite a lot of scope really for thinking about how we can enable local resilience forums to sort of talk to each other, but then also thinking about how our processes at a national level could be better influenced, I think, by the kind of processes and innovations that have been happening at local level as well. But yeah, I think that's everything from my side, but I don't know if anyone has any questions or if we're taking questions in a moment.
We appreciate the insight into the British practices, and I hope that you can stay with us for the panel. There will be 2 more presentations now, and then we will have a discussion, which I hope you can also be a part of. And by the way, to all participants in the online mode, please feel free to join this discussion. Any questions that you might have, please write in the chat. We are reading the chat and we will voice them during the discussion. Thank you, Josh, thank you very much. Stay with us. And now it's my pleasure to invite the next person, this time present physically here, Miss Nataliia Makaruk, representing the Impact Initiative. She works as the Climate and Disaster Assessment Officer there. So please join us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I have a presentation. I want to make it as much visual so you can remember some visual spots and take it back home and implement in your own some visualization for in video. So my name is Nataliia Makaruk. I'm, as was said, working as a Climate and Disaster Assessment Officer at Impact Initiatives. It's a Geneva-based think and do tank research organization, and maybe I'll go to the next slide already. Yeah, organization that conduct mostly applied research to support better decision making for humanitarian and development actors. And even today I reflected like, okay, we are working in humanitarian sector, how it's applicable for our European context, but taking into account I'm Ukrainian, I'll talk a lot about it today. Ukraine is in a humanitarian context since 2014, as you know, and we as Impact, being present there since then, been looking at disaster risks and been assessing disaster risk quite a lot. And actually Ukraine is our piloting country for many risk assessments so far. That's why when I'm talking now and considering humanitarian context, you can refer always to Ukraine, which is now a part of UCPM, as was mentioned. And also it can be applicable always to other countries, because COVID-19 also hit all countries, so we can't say it's only applicable to those like fragile states. So yeah, about impact a bit more, that we are having a sister organization, so when we are in the field, we have 30 country missions worldwide acted, supporting us with logistic and field presence and support to deliver our assessment to the local DRR programming in the local context. So yeah, talking about Sendai framework and where we as Impact position ourselves, it's on the priority 1. And today I also was thinking, okay, first priority, not coincidence, because unless you have this risk knowledge, you can make decisions for second, third, and first priorities. That's why I consider it to be exactly the first important step with the disaster risk management cycle. And the problem today is a sessions about the challenges. So what challenges we found in this humanitarian context, let's say in Ukraine as well. First of all, that annual humanitarian response planning, for example, it's not risk-informed, especially on the local level. And it's related also in other countries, and I was already talking today with people. On the local level, it's not always translate those national DRR plans and assessments. And as Impact, we are translating this, like translating global data into local knowledge. Meaning doing hazard and risk analysis on the granular level using GIS technologies, remote sensing, and so on. Second, those fragile states where we are working, they are most often lacking these resources and capacity to prepare and respond for disasters. And as Impact, we have quite an extent field presence where we can provide this support for local authorities. And the third challenge is about this third pillar of risk, which is vulnerability, capacity. This knowledge, this data is not often there, especially on the local level. If can be gathered on the national level, when it comes to some city, this information, this data can be there, but normally they are fragmented among different departments of municipality, and not necessarily always can be disaggregated or used in the right way for the emergency planning or DRR planning. Just to highlight our DRR products, which we are producing. Yeah, I'm sorry, because I gave another presentation. I think this is the old version, but you don't have another one, right? It's okay. If not, I'll just continue, because there were many more visualization on the assessment that I wanted to highlight to you. But anyway. For those risk assessments that we are conducting, I can mention, for example, second one, multi-hazard area risk assessment, which we did in Armenia, which we highlighted those three aspects of risk, which is hazard analysis, where we used GIS technologies, remote sensing, where we analyzed which part of the community, because it was community level risk assessment, which community is the most prone to which type of hazards. So we counted around like 5 different major hazards that the community face. Then we analyzed also with remote sensing data what critical infrastructure is exposed to those hazards, as well as community which exposed, and also take into account the vulnerability part. So part of the data for vulnerability we took from the local administration. They provided us statistical data on population, on their vulnerabilities, but also we collected primary data where we could ask from the local actors, from the emergency state services, from the local community, okay, how do you perceive risks? So risk perception is one of the key which need to be considered for assessment, as sometimes this global data on hazards, they are not always translated into the real local experience. That's why always when you're conducting assessment, it needs to be triangulated, these needs. And the third example in Ukraine, another way of assessing risk, we are, of course, it's always important to see the multi-hazard perspective and those cascading risks, how they are interlinked. But for example, in Ukraine, we conducted cold spot risk assessment. Which is focused on specific single hazard. In anticipation of the winter season in Ukraine, we looked at this, the temperature, what regions in Ukraine goes in how many days in the temperature below 15, as well as how many days it in general is below 0. And then we also took the number of people living in each hromada, it's an administrative unit in Ukraine, and took those vulnerabilities that are very specific to this specific hazard, meaning it would be some critical infrastructure related to energy, what is the state of it, the number of incidents of military incidents or missile strikes in the community, also like what type of vulnerability is present, how many people in what economic level living there, how many IDPs living in this particular hromada, and by combining those sections, hazard, exposure, and vulnerability, we could see this comprehensive cold spot risk for each hromada. And after that, the local municipalities of those hromadas, as well as emergency state services, they took it for their decision making, which hromadas to prioritize, what interventions you need to do based on kind of root causes of the risk. Considering all those assessments, the most important, these key priorities that we see, and this is the example of Mariupol Abra that I was involved with last year in Ukraine, they all can be localized. So when we are talking about risks, like I think for a lot it comes the risk informed index or some other national indexes, but the innovative approach maybe for this, it can be locally adaptable and can be applicable in the local level. Another aspect that we consider is very important is the assessment should be participatory. So from the research design, we involve local authorities, specific departments responsible for emergency services, some academia people, environmental departments, to shape the assessment, so the information that is collected by us, it's useful for them. Another one is evidence-based. Of course, we are using like available geospatial data that can be even purchased, because when we use when we need so granular like city level data, they are quite expensive, but still they are quite efficient if you use it for the assessment. And this multi-hazard perspective, for example, for this particular Mariupol Abra, it's our like pioneering and very successful story because we took Mariupol city as a case study and translated all those global data into very, very granular level, and considered together with the local municipality these 5 major hazards that are threatening the city. We took information, like use this participatory approach to analyze how these risks are perceived by local municipality, by population, by other stakeholders, and also it was multi-hazard, and we also at the end analyzed this cascading risk. Okay, if we have 5 these hazards, how all of them interact and what cascading effect it may cause. And after having this nice report, it wasn't just for the sake of report, then we went to the local authorities, and together with the help of UNDRR and Making City Resilient project, which Andrew today mentioned, we conducted a workshop with municipalities. Okay, we know these old hazards, it's all good, but how do you make the city resilient toward those hazards? So we conducted a workshop with them, we came up with the action plan, how you make the city resilient, and so on. But unfortunately, war started, so we couldn't make it happen. But it's a very good case study and like scenario how those research can be applied in whenever country and city we are working with. Yeah, so I mentioned we use this risk methodology. Yeah, so just visual representation, how it looked like. The final outcome, yeah, it's like a risk map. You see on the left, neighborhoods of this Mariupol city, which neighborhood is the most at risk based on like a lot of data behind that. Hazards, which consist of hazards, which we use geospatial analysis, 5 different hazards, exposure, and vulnerability. For vulnerability, we had around 15 indicators, which we collected together with the local municipality. Data was provided, most of the data was provided by local municipality. But also you can calculate them using geospatial analysis, like distance to the emergency services or distance to, okay, now I don't have idea, but those also applicable for vulnerability indicators. And innovation opportunities for us, but maybe for you to think about, even though we're making it participatory, but the challenge and as well as opportunity here, like whom you target to participate in your assessment, for then them to take ownership of the actions. Because this is, we understood it by conducting these assessments with local authorities. You always need to have this focal point to make the project sustainable and to make those plans, DRR plans, running after we exceed. Second, it's this urbanization or urban risk profiling, which we have, as I mentioned already, with example with Mariupol, area-based risk assessment, because urban settings, sometimes they have very specific hazards, like urban heat island effects or urban flash flood or so on. And not necessarily we are always considering that. And forward-looking, talking about climate change and all the possible scenarios and trends in the assessment, it's always good also to consider some risk trends and considering, okay, if we consider that, what potential loss and damage can be there. So this is, we see as a research organization, a way for improvement in our research. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Do we have the updated presentation ready? Yes. So you can go through the slides which were missing if you... No, it should be shown now.
1 minute.
One more. Okay. Not necessary to repeat everything.
Yeah, I will check what didn't I mention, and if there is...
we need to wait until they show it.
Uh-huh.
This was so interesting, so...
Let's start again. Okay. No, I think this is, I mentioned just our portfolio. This is what I add today to see that, yes, we are working mostly on this humanitarian context, but to understand the expertise and portfolio that, as for now, we have like 90 different types of assessment. I mentioned today just 2 of them, right? But they are coming from very simple hazard assessment to very comprehensive multi-hazard risk assessment. And we are present in 25 country missions. And what is relevant maybe for this conference, it's a presence in Ukraine and presence in Moldova. Now we are conducting multi-hazard risk assessment in Moldova in a community, which will translate later in the local DRR plan. Yes, this is done. This is, I wanted just to demonstrate you a bit more comprehensive, who is interested in technical aspects of assessment, how hazard mapping is done, how vulnerability indicators are collected, and at the end product, right, you can see on the right, those 3 on red mentioned hromadas, they are at the most at risk. So this is how you at such a granular level can apply this research to define areas for intervention. And another one in Armenia I wanted to mention, just to demonstrate you the steps of, first it comes per each hazard, it comes to hazard mapping, then risk calculation, taking a lot of quantitative data on hazard exposure vulnerability, and risk mapping per community. And this I mentioned. Yeah, basically, that's it. Thank you.
Maybe after I will ask you for the discussion, but maybe it's easier to observe from the audience. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us a very practical examples. I liked very much the think and do tank. I think you demonstrated it. Thanks a lot. So keeping in this practical line, we will have now a pleasure to hear from Sandra Serrano, representing the Portuguese National Authority for Emergency and Civil Protection. She's heading the Department for Risk Analysis and Emergency Planning. Please, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation for the National Civil Protection. My name is Sandra Serrano, and I'm the responsible for Risk and Emergency Planning Department. And the last years, I was responsible for the Division of Emergency Planning. I'm new in this kind of works. Okay, my presentation. My presentation will briefly focus on these 3 points of the agenda, setting up the national risk assessment, the national context, the national risk disaster strategy and reduction. The decisions from the EU on a Union civil protection mechanism, it was a guidance document for member states to promote an effective and coherent approach to disaster prevention and preparedness, and they should develop risk assessments at the national or appropriate subnational level, develop disaster risk management planning, make availability assessments or their risk management capability, and participate on the assessment of risk management capability. Based on these guidelines, what was done to establish the national risk assessment? The first step was to identify stakeholders, and for that only government bodies were considered, for example, the Environment Agency, the Water Institute, the Forest Fires, Health Service, Meteorological Institute, and so on, and because they have the competence to monitor the access to risk, and it's more easy to obtain the information because sometimes that we know it's confidential for some private entities, roads, infrastructures, communication, and so on. The second step was the risk identification, focus on knowledge of risks, with the aim of preventing or mitigating their effects. We identified 12 natural hazards in mainland of Portugal, like floods, forest fires, earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, heat waves, etc. And 13 man-made hazards, such as industrial accidents, urban fires, transport of dangerous goods, then breaks, traffic accidents, road, rail, sea, air. And the third step was the risk analysis and mapping. How did we do this analysis? The risk for us is a combination of likelihoods and impact and likelihood estimated according to the probability of occurrence, and impact according to impacts on people, the economy, and the environment. As you can see in this figure, levels associated with likelihood were stipulated in 5 levels, from the lowest to the highest. And 5 levels were also stipulated for the impact, from very low to very high, associated with the number of victims, time of evacuation, economy impacts, etc. The combination of likelihood and impact made it possible to construct a risk matrix with 4 levels of risk assessment for the territory, from the lower risk, moderate risk, highest risk, and last, extreme risk. Taking this analysis into account, it is possible to verify that the highest risk in Portugal is associated, as we know, for the risk of forest fires and heat waves. Because, as we know, the risk analysis is dynamic, in 2019, an update was carried out and considering new risk associated with windstorms and updating the data referring to various risks associated with the new climate change scenarios. Based on this analysis, how has it been considered in other documents or projects? The National Risk Assessment is part of the National Emergency Plan. The National Emergency Plan defines a set of rules of procedures to be applied in the response of the major emergency caused by a natural or man-made event. It is a multi-hazard plan. Rules of procedures should apply to all types of emergency. The Portuguese Authority for Emergency and Civil Protection is by the law the government authority designed to coordinate the work on the National Emergency Plans, including the National Risk Assessment. The Portuguese National Authority had the support of the National Protection Committee, which gave feedback to the National Risk Assessment and support the National Risk Assessment. It should be the basis of drawing up the national emergency in terms of more effective emergency management. It should be noted that the committee is a cross-department advisor board with representatives from all ministers, health, environment, defense, transport, and so on, and emergency service like, for example, the police, the firefighters, the armed forces. Finally, the National Emergency Plan, which includes the National Risk Assessment, is approved by the Council of Ministers after positive feedback from the National Committee. The National Risk Assessment, in addition to helping to organize the response, which is part of the National Plan, Emergency Plan, also made it possible to define a national strategy for disaster risk reduction. It's like an umbrella, like that figure. Since preventing efforts are spread across multi-areas, entities, and legal frameworks, leading to the lack of perception of a collaborative and unifying action regarding the preventing pillar of civil protection, the National Strategy for Prevention Civil Protection, effective in reducing the risk of disaster, was created and illustrates the national commitment to the goals outlined by the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, in particular with regards to risk, government, and capacity building of local authorities. The strategy is framed by an international context that encompasses 3 relevant global strategies for risk management: the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, the Paris Agreement on climate change adaptation, and the Sustainable Development Goals. A mirror of this context was the adoption from the Council of Ministers a resolution of a pioneer national strategy for disaster risk reduction, which was a strategy guidance instrument for central and local administration with a time horizon aimed at emphasizing the civil protection prevention component. This document has assumed the materialization of the national commitment to fulfill goals set by the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. We defined 5 priorities: strengthening the governance in risk management, improve risk knowledge, establish risk reduction strategies, improving preparedness regarding risk occurrence, and involving citizens in risk awareness. 10 priorities areas have associated a set of 136 operation objectives, which translate projects and activities to be implemented by the central and local administration, municipality councils and parish councils. This framework is thus intended to meet the objectives set out in the government program of reinforcing civil protection with an emphasis on prevention and preparedness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And let's sit, and Nataliia, if I can ask you also to join. Josh, I hope you are with us. I assume you are also joining on the virtual table. And I will also ask the other 2 moderators to join the panel. So we will now have these and following discussions organized in such a way that we discuss these things all together. And I will also... Oh, okay, but already kept it. So let me start from having one question to all of you, including the moderators, because you are really also involved in integrated risk assessment in your countries. So what is actually if it's possible to identify a single most challenging problem in having efficient integrated risk assessment, because it's also a kind of a sophisticated procedure. So it's interesting to see what are the blocking factors, those challenges which are the most problematic in getting the successful results from this. And this is a 2-part question. Do you think that you will be able to overcome this challenge to use integrated risk assessment in the context of the upcoming problems, the climate change, the risks that are really on the horizon? So what is the most challenging problem, and will you be able to overcome it? Whatever order is convenient to you. Okay, Beata, let's start with you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very good question, because I'm responsible for risk assessment and risk management in Poland at the central level. So this is very close to my mind and my heart. That's why, for me, the most challenge now is to use innovation technology during the risk assessment process, because we have very good cooperation during preparing this document and during the whole process, because our risk assessment is prepared at the central level, but we take into the consideration regional level, and regional level takes into the consideration the local level. So from the local level to the national level, we have a lot of information about the local risk, regional risk, and at the central level we need to combine it and choose which risks are important to the central level. And that's why for me it's very important to use some new tools to assess the risk and take into also the consideration the cascade effects, because we don't have it in our methodology, so we need to change our methodology. But I hope so by using a new technology like artificial intelligence. So when we are going in the correct direction, also cooperation with scientists, because we don't have big data, we don't have artificial intelligence in my office, so we need some kind of new cooperation and improve our cooperation with scientists. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a technical request, if Josh is still with us, can we have him on the screen? So it will be more like we are all together here. Please.
Okay, for us, the most important program in Portugal now is the program, I don't know if you know, the Safe Village, Safe People. That is a challenge to work together at a different level, the national and the local level, to improve the prevention and preparedness of the population and the community for the forest fires. It was a challenge for us because we have many projects and many campaigns, information campaigns, prevention campaigns, and now we are working with emergency kits for the population to the auto protection measures. I don't know if it is the answer, and we have more projects, but the Safe Village, Safe People, I think it's a strong program in Portugal.
I think impact context is quite different. It's not a national authority, neither have their own capacity to manifest what we are researching, but we indeed also have challenges when we are working with local municipalities, when we are informing them on risks we analyzed. So those challenges, I think it's also like participation, because we want to make our assessments as integrated as possible. And who are those entry points, as I was already mentioning, that we approach, that we collect this data from, and how we also approach these vulnerable communities to ask them what are their needs, what are their risk perception, and how we can better support them with knowledge, how they as a community can prepare and respond better to disasters. So, and also how we can use technologies to maybe collect this data from local municipality, from population themselves. I'm quite sure there are these applications where in anticipation of some hazards you can already collect data where those people living, most vulnerable, what do they need to make sure they are not suffering so much from the disaster. And yeah, so how use those technologies to make assessments and make preparedness more effective. And the second challenge, I think, for us as Impact is funding, like who are those grants that we can apply for, that we can use our research in the more applicable way, and it's benefiting for local risk planning. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if there's a straightforward answer, but the things that pop into my mind is society is becoming more and more complex. With new technologies, new developments. We have the green shift, introduction of new forms of energy. We have new forms of communication. We have artificial intelligence rising very quickly. And I think that, you know, we have a good overview of the traditional risks and hazards in our country. You know, we know quite a lot about climate change, about natural hazards, floods, storms, landslides, and so on. Always some information lacking, but I think that the main challenge is to cope with the development when it comes to, well, new technologies, new innovations, and how to address issues that require really specialized knowledge. And we heard today about the whole of society approach, about all hazards approach, and you know, this is all good because it gives a good overview of society, but when it comes to these issues that require some really detailed knowledge about technology and new innovations and new inventions, I think that's somewhat tricky to follow up.
Thank you. Josh, I see you are with us. Great. Do I need to repeat the question, or did you hear it? Have you heard the question?
That's all right. I wrote it down. So hopefully, hopefully I wrote the right one down. But so I think in terms of kind of the most challenging problem in having efficient risk assessment, I think it's actually about possibly getting beyond that first step of doing the risk assessments. I think it sounds like in other countries as well, the kind of risk assessment is the kind of the first step in terms of sort of building resilience. But this is often followed by other things like planning or sort of risk treatment or building capability to actually meet the challenges that we identify in our risk assessments. And I think it's very easy to get caught up in that very first step of always having sort of the latest or most up-to-date risk assessment. So in terms of overcoming that challenge, I think the more efficient our processes can be and the better skills that our people have and the more sort of resources and training that we can offer, the further we can get past the kind of, or the quicker that we can do our risk assessments or anything that sort of aids the process of developing risk assessments quickly will then allow us more time and resources to kind of spend time doing risk treatment and prevention and building, which I think is kind of the critical step really, which is building capability to respond to the risks. And I definitely agree with the other speakers that, technology definitely has a big role to play in this in terms of sort of making us more efficient, I think, with our processes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to recall to all online participants that you can also ask questions. Please use chat, and the questions from chat will be presented here. And now I think I can also give the floor to co-moderators who I know already are keen to ask their questions. Beata?
Okay, thank you. Nataliia, I know that you use GIS system to support risk assessment process. Do you have also some other new technology like artificial intelligence or big data to, for example, to assess the impact and likelihood? Because this is very interesting for me and I'm going to do something more. The first step for me is using GIS system, and it's fantastic that you already did it. So I can use your experience, and I will do it. So thank you. But the next step, artificial intelligence. What do you think? So because now everything is changing, yes, and we can use artificial intelligence everywhere. So what's your some comments and good practice in this area?
Indeed, as for now, GIS remote sensing is first tool that we are applying in our research, but specifically for hazard analysis. But we are also, with risk assessment, we are also referring to exposure and vulnerability. And when it's come to vulnerability, what we not doing so far, but we have this in the radar, and I'm trying to understand how we can use it. Yeah, it's data from social media, for example. Yeah, like analyzing. With this, there are some tools that already used, not by us, but I'm pretty sure we will come there. Where we collect also some very crucial data on vulnerabilities, on locations of those specific hazards that we are not aware of. For example, in Ukraine, we are doing also technological risk assessment, where not only natural, yeah, but we are considering as the country is very industrialized, and technological risks are on the high priority right now to consider, and we are using the FIT tool, which is the special tool to analyze those hazards made by hazardous facilities, different oil depots or chemical plants or nuclear powers, etc. And we are using this tool. It's also an assessment tool that we integrate in our assessments. So, and I think in any risk assessment, we always need to consider that, because sometimes we always consider natural hazards, but when it takes to cascading risk, technological hazards are the ones also to be affected so much. Yeah, so as I mentioned, this artificial intelligence or tools to accumulate data from social media is one priority to develop, to discover and apply. Using big data, but also using some other tools that are not always used for risk assessment, as this FIT analysis. Yeah.
May I ask a question to our colleague in the UK, Josh? You spoke about your national, your work at the national level and how you disseminate this to the local level. But I'm a bit curious about the other way, you know, how you compile knowledge from the local level and make use of it at the national level. You mentioned what you call the National LRF Expert Group. I assume this is their task to compile knowledge and so on from the local level and bring it up to your attention. But could you say a little bit about, you know, do they have particular tools, or do you have a special methodology for compiling knowledge from the local level and making use of it at your national level? Thank you.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think it cuts definitely to the core of one of the challenges that we have. So our national assessment is what I would describe as very top-down. So it's put together by government departments, and then just sort of based on kind of a national, you know, what a government department might deem to be a national worst-case scenario for a given risk, and then that is kind of disseminated down to local areas, and that's the whole kind of approach is that they then consider those risks and decide if whether or not they're relevant for their particular area. I think it's a difficult challenge to overcome it coming the other way, as though, you know, how would you, I guess the question would be, how would you sort of understand the risks that have been identified at a local level and bring those back up nationally? The way that we do it is not necessarily a kind of high-tech one, but basically in the UK we have what we call resilience advisors, who are advisors from our government department that sit within each of the LRF groups as kind of advisors. And part of what their role is to kind of understand the unique challenges, I think, of the local resilience forum area that they are responsible for. And so if there was a particular local resilience forum who had identified a risk that perhaps we hadn't identified nationally, or they think that our national assessment of a given risk is perhaps not high enough, or is far too unrealistic, then they can kind of feed that information back through their resilience advisor, who will then kind of feed it back to our team, and we can talk to the other government departments or the relevant government departments about those kind of thoughts. So there's no sort of formal commissioning of local resilience forums in terms of their risk assessments, but there's definitely lots of kind of informal relationship building and engagement work that goes on that allows us to kind of understand the risks that each individual area faces, and use that knowledge and expertise to kind of influence some of the national assessments that do go on. But it's not a formal route.
I have asked to Sandra. We cannot talking about resilient country without resilient society. You mentioned that in your risk assessment, one of the goals is involve citizen in risk awareness. How do you do it?
Yes, it's a good question, but We have to communicate to the public, to more prepare the local municipalities for prevention and preparedness, and to learn the best practice that they have in the local region. We have to help the civil protection, the national civil protection, are at the moment more proximal for the municipalities and the community, and they have to have our orientations. We produce many guidelines for the local and the community, the best practice of forest fires, floods and earthquakes. And for example, we have all years we have a day of preparedness for earthquakes, and we are now working a day of preparedness for fires. And in that day we work with the community, all the community, to prepare to see how the houses from the forest fires, the clean of the region, to prevent the auto measures, self-protection, and I think it's...
what about exercise?
Yes, many.
With society, yes? With citizens?
Yes, with citizens. We involve the citizens in our exercises with, for example, the system of alert early warning system to the society, and to have many exercise to the population, and campaigns in the TV, in the our site, and communications, Facebook, and yeah.
Yeah, I have a question for you as well. So thank you for presenting your methodology and your work on the national risk assessment. You mentioned in the beginning that you're doing this you involve national authorities in your work, but do you also include the academia, the science research, private sector, and so on?
Yes, that matrix that we see was development for the scientific entities. It's not for the public service or for the national civil protection. We work with the scientific academics institution to know the risk, where is the risk, how can we prevent the risk, and they make for us the map hazards. It's not the civil protection to make that work. Yes, we have to work together, and it is a challenge to work together, to work with the public and private. And in the morning, we know that it is investment to work together, public and private sectors. Yes, it's very important. The cooperation, to share information. Yeah, I think it's the key of the successful. Yeah.
Okay, I would have one more question before giving the floor to the audience and the online audience. But I'm quite curious about transferability of the experience of using the new approaches like GIS, like artificial intelligence. In your view, do you think that when you, for example, Nataliia, have already some experience with GIS systems and conducting GIS analysis, would it be easy to transfer this way of doing this, the know-how, the solutions also, into other countries, to other players, to share the possibility of using the same methods with others? And I like to ask the two-part questions. Do you have the experience of sharing the practices with the insurance sector? Because insurance sector has a very good business reason to develop a very advanced analytical models. So I'm wondering, is public sector benefiting from this? It's to you, but also to all others.
I can answer very fast on the second one. Insurances, we are not yet having them as a partners or considering them to be partner, but I think there is an opportunity. And let's see if there is some synergies between that, because our role is to translate it so it's benefit to the population. Insurance companies, it's benefit to insurance companies. So if I'm mistaken, please correct me, but maybe there is a synergy, but we haven't discovered it yet. The first question was on application of it. So as I mentioned also in the presentation, we take very known index, World Risk Index, or like Informer Index, which has like 3 specific sections of hazard, exposure, vulnerability. And by our research work, we show that it can be applicable first in different contexts, fragile states or developed country, on the scale, on national scale, regional or local scale, on type of hazard. It can be one single hazard or multiple hazard, or include even technological hazard. So all of these different applications, they are possible. But it's now, I'm talking about this risk, specific risk index, what I demonstrated today, but as a researcher, and also it can be applicable in other agencies, you can add some tools to make it participatory, right? So when we are talking on these 3 hazard, risk, vulnerability, most of these data are like secondary data, but when we come to the, for example, local specific context, like city in Norway, let's say, or in Liechtenstein, it can be taken perception of the population, and there are specific research tools, how you can assess population, doing some focus group discussions with the local population to understand what are their barriers to prepare or respond to the specific hazards and risk. You can come and make specific interviews or participatory risk mapping with local authorities, with academia, put them all together in the workshop. So there are different, some additions to those assessment that can be really integrated for any type of context, I'm pretty sure, based on experience.
Anyone else on the same topic? Oh, Josh, it's also about you. If not, yeah. If not, then maybe let's give the floor to the audience. Do we have any questions? Do we have? Yep.
Me again. My question is, I know that the JRC has spent a lot of effort in developing a tool called the Risk Data Hub that is meant to sort of support some sort of GIS applications, but I don't know if any of your countries are engaging with the Joint Research Center for the European Commission in exploiting those tools or
The question is, do you have experience in exploiting the data hub developed by the JRC? Okay, I think the silence is the answer.
No, yet.
JRC is the Joint Research Center.
Do we have any online questions? No? Beata?
So I have question. I have a lot of questions, but the most important for me is how do you integrated risk assessment with risk management? And how can you do it? And what's your some message for us? How can we do it?
I can only say from the experience and kind of case study showing like how does it applicable in our context. For example, as I said, we are sister organization of ACTED, which is humanitarian organization. And we as Impact, we are providing, there are like project-based approach we have together with ACTED when Impact is working as analysis and assessment agency. But we are providing this data specifically to ACTED, and they are providing different disaster risk activities in the local community most often, because it's the most relevant and under capacity of the INGO. But this is one way how we do it, for example. But another way is I showed the possibility to work with local municipalities. When we provide assessment to the local municipality, they take ownership. Together with us, we are doing DRR strategies. They choose those risks that we analyzed and translate them into actions that they integrate sometimes into their development plan or into the disaster risk plan or sometimes climate adaptation plan and so on. So sometimes it's really a matter of several indicators that they integrate in their already existent programming, already existent planning, which they can monitor, which they can take into account for making good decisions for risk reduction.
Can I just have a follow-up question on that? Because when you present these assessments to the local communities, do you also facilitate some competence building or training in the use of these tools?
Indeed. So as we are a research organization, our expertise is in knowledge, assessment, and informational management. So what we are delivering and how we train or build capacity for local authorities is mostly on this informational management, how you as a local consul can integrate, collect those needed indicators. How do you measure the hazard? We provide some GIS, very basic GIS trainings for local authorities, for those specific departments that have capacity and can implement them, or for emergency services, how we did it in Ukraine, for example. Yeah, this simple knowledge on how to use QGIS, open and free application where you can analyze hazard and just show them examples how you measure vulnerability, what data which you already have with your local statistics, can you already consider for integrating into risk and make decisions out of that. So indeed, it's a simple things that local authorities not always have this comprehensive approach. As I said, sometimes data is really dispersed among different actors, departments, but we, as knowing this from the bird view, can just gather them and say, like, this is where you can just enhance a bit to work efficiently. Yeah.
And Josh, what is your perspective about how to integrate risk assessment with planning?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think in many ways we don't, certainly in the UK, I don't think we necessarily separate the two. So I think very similar actually to the slide that Sandra had up. We use a risk matrix to kind of prioritize our work depending on the kind of expected impact or likelihood of given risk scenarios, and then what we do is we take our national assessment and we look at all the common consequences of all the risks that we've identified. So I think in our national assessment there's about 120 so risks. So I think we identify sort of 26 common consequences, and then what we do is we look to develop capabilities to respond to those common consequences. And I think the logic behind that being that if you have the capability to respond to the common consequences of the risks that you've identified, then you should be prepared to kind of deal with a wide range of scenarios that you might face. And when I say capability, it's thinking about things like, have you got enough training and exercising around a particular thing, or the right kind of infrastructure, or the right sort of equipment or supplies or personnel, and that sort of thing. So yeah, they're very tightly knitted together, I think, in terms of moving from a kind of a static risk assessment into taking proactive action.
Okay, the last opportunity for the question from the audience. Yeah, we seem to be having the question, and do we have the microphone? Yes, coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a very interesting panel. I just had a question. I think it was partly answered by Jost in terms of capabilities and how you integrate capability assessments into the risk assessment exercise, because I think it's important to connect the planning with the risk assessment. But my question, maybe following up to what you just said, Josh, would be, when you mention capability, you mentioned here response capabilities, but are you also looking at broader capacities that are contributing to risk reduction, maybe across some broader sectoral issues such as economy and finance, infrastructure resilience, things which are not linked to the response agenda but more to the preventive agenda in the risk assessment exercise? And maybe a more philosophical question for you, Nataliia, and again, good to see you, and thanks again for the work with Mariupol before the war broke out. But I think it's really interesting to have you here because, of course, this is a very civil protection audience, and we've always been reflecting on how interoperability there is between humanitarian instruments and crisis management instruments from a civil protection perspective. And I just wanted to know whether you thought, listening to everyone here, whether the work you're doing on integrated area-based assessments is something that could be quite applicable or replicable in a context like a European one outside of a humanitarian environment. I say this because we've been seeing some work done on the Inform Index you mentioned, which is picking up interest outside of humanitarian contexts by simply tweaking some indicators. We see great added value in using traditionally humanitarian instruments in normal operational preparedness planning environments which are not necessarily humanitarian contexts. So thanks again.
Thank you, Andrew. I just want to reflect a bit on that, because this came to my mind that, yeah, we are working in humanitarian context, and this is basically considered as a worst case scenario for, let's say, for European context, because you can consider whatever crisis, conflict, low economical development, and so on. And when you reflect that what potential triggers can be and potential hazards can be and impact, you better can approach to those like well-developed countries when you sometimes not consider this type of things. And today it was mentioned that we have this mentality human, that we don't looking for something that we don't know about or we are not searching for, and having humanitarian context when everything can happen and already a lot of things have happened and you need to consider them and apply it to context of Europe or even Ukraine. It's indeed help to approach this risk assessment with a very comprehensive angles and consider all possible scenarios. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's my unpleasant duty to say that time is almost at the end. Any last pressing comment that you want to make, any of you?
Yeah. I'm thinking that in the changing world, first of all, taking into consideration the war in Ukraine, hybrid attacks, disinformation, we need to change our risk assessment methodology because this now deal with all problems, yes? So I think that this is also a big challenge and using innovative technology.
And I will take it as a message for tomorrow also, because that's what we will be focusing tomorrow. But I think a very brief summary of today's would be appropriate. I would say 2 words from my side. The key 2 messages which I've been hearing today, maybe probably more, but the first one very obvious, but it will not be better. We need to be prepared because we are expecting, all of us, that the challenges are in front of us are greater than those that we already managed to deal with. And the second, just a word, single word, complexity. The complexity of problems, the complexity of organizations that we are creating to deal with, complexity of solutions that we are trying to engage to deal with those challenges.
So, integrated risk assessment.
And integrated thinking and communication and everything else.
Everything, yes.
Yeah, okay,
Exactly.
so that was my part of the summary. Yours?
Well, I would just like to say thanks to all panelists during the whole day. I think we have had many interesting presentations, and we have had a quite good and thorough introduction to the topic of this whole conference, which is this innovation in disaster risk reduction. And I'm looking forward to the next couple of days where we'll dive more into practical solutions and experiences, and hopefully also interesting discussions with the audience. So, thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So tomorrow we are indeed getting more into the details of how the innovation can be made available. We'll see a number of different cases of using innovative approaches. I'm not using the word only solutions because innovation is much wider than that. But we really hope that this will be a kind of the inspirational day. We want to present, well, I think it will be more than 20 different cases of using innovation, and we think about it as the opportunity to inspire users about the possibilities, build awareness about the possibilities, also inspire providers what else can be done, what directions can be needed. And we'll be having a day starting quite early at 8:30. And please be here because inspiration will start at that time. But we will finish relatively early because by 4:30 we will be boarding the buses to go to Wieliczka for the excursion and then the dinner underground. Hopefully no risks involved, but no risks only for those prepared. Please remember that tomorrow afternoon we will be going to the mine, so please take proper clothes, please take proper shoes, and expect the temperature to be there around 16 to 18 degrees, so appropriate clothing would be recommended. And we will be back tomorrow around 10 p.m., maybe a little bit later. So that's the overview for tomorrow. And for today, we will have now a little bit of the free time to refresh, and we invite everyone for the reception, which will be starting here in this hotel at 6 p.m. It is a standing reception, well, just behind myself, actually, somewhere there. I'm sure all of us will be able to find it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all those present here. Thank you very much for all online participants, for the panelists, for all those who made this possible, and let's go forward.